mean, listen, there are so many trips where the day before I say, why am I doing this? The jet lag, I've got to do this and that, and now who, if my guest host falls through, I should just stay and work. And I go, hold on, you do this every time. Yep, just go. You never regret it. You learn something, you try something. I never regret the trip.
This hopefully applies to the conversation we had today. David, I'm a big fan of yours. Thank you so much for talking today. Thank you for being patient with me. We tried to talk earlier. Please continue doing what you're doing. Please continue being objective and thoughtful and fearless.
Thank
on
you.
the internet.
Big fan of yours as well. I appreciate it.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with David Patton. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Mahatma Gandhi. What difference does it make to the dead, the orphans, and the homeless, whether the mad destruction is wrought under the name of totalitarianism or in the holy name of liberty or democracy? Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Are you asleep?
What's up? What's up? How you living, pimp?
Hi, man. It's me from yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, I'm just adjusting a couple of computers. Will you just be patient for a few minutes, and I'll be happy to talk to you about aliens and all kinds of other cool stuff.
All right. Do you have any news? Maybe.
Yeah, there's some, and we'll go through it all. But yeah,
And so our
did
goal
you
was
see
an actual-
they had a press conference yesterday in New Jersey?
I hadn't seen. You show me one short clip yesterday, but I don't know if this press conference was later or earlier.
Absolutely. Just give me like 2 or 3 minutes. I just have to adjust some computers. I'm right here, and then we'll take a look at it all. Okay?
Sure.
Excellent. I hope you're doing well, Aloe. Are you doing well?
Yeah, kind of.
Okay, we'll talk.
Can be.
We'll talk all about it. Just one moment. Yay for Aloe.
In fact, I probably didn't really see the nice natural walking that I expected out of our humanoids until maybe last year. And the team was developing on our newer generation of Atlas, some new techniques for developing a walking control algorithm. And they got that natural looking motion as sort of a byproduct of just a different process that we're applying to developing the control. So that probably took 15 years, 10 to 15 years to sort of get that from the Petman prototype was probably in 2008, and what was it, 2022? Last year, they saw good walking on that.
The following conversation with Robert Plater, CEO of Boston Dynamics, a legendary robotics company that over 30 years has created some of the most elegant, dexterous, and simply amazing robots ever built, including the humanoid robot Atlas and the robot dog Spot. One or both of whom you've probably seen on the internet, either dancing, doing backflips, opening doors, or throwing around heavy objects. Robert has led both the development of Boston Dynamics humanoid robots and their physics-based simulation software. He has been with the company from the very beginning, including its roots at MIT, where he received his PhD in aeronautical engineering. This was in 1994 at the legendary MIT Leg Lab. He wrote his PhD thesis on robot gymnastics, as part of which he programmed a bipedal robot to do the world's first 3D robotic somersault. Robert is a great engineer, roboticist, and leader, and Boston Dynamics, to me, as a roboticist, is a truly inspiring company. This conversation is a big honor and pleasure, and I hope to do a lot of great work with these robots for years to come. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. Supported, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, my friends, here's Robert Plater. When did you first fall in love with robotics? Let's start with love and robots.
Well, love is relevant because I think the fascination, the deep fascination is really about movement. And I was visiting MIT looking for a place to get a PhD, and I wanted to do some laboratory work. And one of my professors in the aero department said, "Go see this guy, Mark Raber, down in the basement of the AI lab." And so I walked down there and saw him. He showed me his robots, and he showed me this robot doing a somersault. And I just immediately went, "Whoa, robots can do that." And because of my own interest in gymnastics, there was like this immediate connection. And, I was interested I was in an aeroastro degree because flight and movement was also fascinating to me. And then it turned out that, robotics have this big challenge. How do you balance? How do you build a legged robot to kind of lead it around? And that was a fascination. And it still exists today. We're still working on perfecting motion in robots.
What about the elegance and the beauty of the movement itself? Is there something maybe grounded in your appreciation of movement in your gymnastic days that was there something you just fundamentally appreciate about the elegance and beauty of movement?
We have this concept in gymnastics of letting your body do what it wanted to do. When you get really good at gymnastics, part of what you're doing is putting your body in a position where the physics and the body's inertia and momentum will kind of push you in the right direction in a very natural and organic way. And the thing that Mark was doing, in the basement of that laboratory, was trying to figure out how to build machines to take advantage of those ideas. How do you build something so that the physics of the machine just kind of inherently wants to do what it wants to do? And he was building these springy pogo stick type. His first cut at legged locomotion was a pogo stick where it's bouncing and there's a spring mass system that's oscillating, has its own sort of natural frequency there, and sort of figuring out how to augment those natural physics with also intent. How do you then control that but not overpower it? It's that coordination that I think creates real potential. You could call it beauty, you could call it, synergy. People have different words for it. But I think that was inherent from the beginning. That was clear to me. That's part of what Mark was trying to do. He asked me to do that in my research work. So that's where it got going.
So part of the thing that I think I'm calling elegance and beauty in this case, which was there, even with the pogo stick, is maybe the efficiency. So letting the body do what it wants to do, trying to discover the efficient movement.
It's definitely more efficient. It also becomes easier to control in its own way because the physics are solving some of the problem itself. It's not like you have to do all this calculation and overpower the physics. The physics naturally, inherently want to do the right thing. There can even be, feedback mechanisms, stabilizing mechanisms that occur simply by virtue of the physics of the body. And it's not all in the computer or not even all in your mind as a person. And there's something interesting in that melding.
You were with Mark for many, many, many years. You were there in this kind of legendary space of Lead Lab at MIT in the basement. All great things happen in the basement. Is there some memories? From that time that you have? Because it's such cutting edge work in robotics and artificial intelligence.
The memories, the distinctive lessons, I would say, I learned in that time period, and that I think Mark was a great teacher at, was it's okay to pursue your interests, your curiosity, do something because you love it. You'll do it a lot better if you love it. That is a lasting lesson that I think we apply at the company still. And really is a core value.
So the interesting thing is, I guess, that with people like Rothschild and others, like the students that work at those robotics labs are like some of the happiest people I've ever met. I don't know what that is. I meet a lot of PhD students. A lot of them are kind of grumpy by the wear and tear of the process. But roboticists are, while they work extremely like that, I'd be going to skydive a lot. And for some reason, there's a deep, fulfilling happiness. Maybe from like a long period of struggle to get a thing to work, and it works. There's a magic to it. I don't know exactly, because it's so fundamentally
I'm almost
hands-on,
done.
and you're bringing a thing to life. I don't know what it is, but they're happy.
We see, our attrition as a company is really low. People come and they love the pursuit. And I think part of that is that there's perhaps a natural connection to it. It's a little bit easier to connect when you have a robot that's moving around in the world, and part of your goal is to make it move around in the world. You can identify with that. And this is one of the unique things about the kinds of robots we're building is this physical interaction lets you perhaps identify with it. So I think that is a source of happiness. I don't think it's unique to robotics. I think anybody also who is just pursuing something they love, it's easier to work hard at it and be good at it. And not everybody gets to find that. I do feel lucky in that way, and I think we're lucky as an organization that we've been able to build a business around this and that keeps people engaged.
So, with our island twin guard, Mark, or a little bit longer, Mark Raybert. So he's a legend. He's a legendary engineer in robotics. What have you learned about life, about robotics, Mark, through all the many years you've worked on it?
I think the most important lesson, which was, have the courage of your convictions and do what you think is interesting. Be willing to try to find big problems to go after. And at the time, like a locomotion, especially in a dynamic machine, nobody had solved it. And that felt like a multi-decade problem to go after. And so, have the courage to go after that because you're interested. Don't worry if it's going to make money. That's been a thing. So that's really probably the most important lesson I think that I got from Mark.
How crazy is the effort of doing Legged robotics at that time, especially?
Mark got some stuff to work, starting from simple ideas. So maybe another important idea that has really become a value of the company is try to simplify a thing to the core essence. And while Mark was showing videos of animals running across the savannah or climbing mountains, what he started with was pogo stick because he was trying to reduce the problem to something that was manageable and getting the pogo stick to balance. It had in it the fundamental problems that if we solved those, you could eventually extrapolate to something that galloped like a horse. And so look for those simplifying principles.
How tough is the job of simplifying a robot?
So I'd say in the early days, the thing that made the researchers at Boston Dynamics special is that we worked on figuring out what that central principle was, and then building software or machines around that principle. And that was not easy in the early days. And it took real expertise in understanding the dynamics of motion and feedback control principles. How to build them, with the computers at the time, how to build a feedback control algorithm that was simple enough that it could run in real time at 1,000 hertz and actually get that machine to work. And that was not something everybody was doing, at that time. Now the world's changing. I think the approaches to controlling robots are going to change.
Thank you, Aloe, for your
They're
patience.
going to become
All right, let's take a
No
look.
problem.
Let's take a look and see all the news in the world of UFOs. All right. So, the United States Army confirms there were 11 drone incursions on Arsenal Picatinny military base. So that's in New Jersey. And apparently, when you get the Army to confirm something, that's a big deal. Let's see here. Some other people are saying Like they're UFO researchers, ufologists from New Jersey. The drone situation is out of control. I don't even know why they're calling them drones because um, that to me is not not fair. Okay, yeah. So there's a Homeland Security hearing on. Okay, so we should watch this. Yeah, this is a big deal. All right. Oh, they delayed it. Hold on.
Okay.
Let's see. Because that's a big deal. That's basically. Oh no, we got it.
The Security Subcommittee on Counterterrorism Law Enforcement Intelligence and Subcommittee on Transportation.
Oh, perfect. Okay. So we'll watch it together. Just one moment. Do you need me to?
Right.
Do you need me to put on Polish?
Translate?
Yeah.
No, I don't need it.
I didn't think you did.
I don't speak good English, but I understand.
Excellent. Well, hold on a second. I must correct you. You speak beautiful English, my friend. Just one moment.
Kind of. Thanks.
You're welcome.
But I'm imperfect.
Hey, we all are. This is the House Homeland Security hearing on drones. This happened earlier today.
The Security
Okay.
Subcommittee on Counterterrorism Law Enforcement Intelligence and Subcommittee on Transportation and Maritime Security will come to order. Without objection, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Nadia Takis, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith, are permitted to sit on the dais.
Can you turn off subtitles? Because I
The purpose
hear
of this hearing is to receive testimony from expert witnesses from the federal government and as well as
You want me to turn them on or off?
turn them on. Because
Sure. Yep.
I don't see any subtitles.
Yep.
I want subtitles. Okay.
Yes. It should turn on. Just give it a few seconds. It's just loading.
Right.
the sector about the growing threat of unmanned aerial systems, more commonly known as UASs or drones. We will hear from two panels today. Our first panel consists of three witnesses. This is from the federal government. Good afternoon. I'd like to welcome you all to today's important hearing on the threats posed by unmanned aircraft or aerial systems, UASs or drones, and the threat to U.S. national security and the policy solutions that could mitigate these risks. Before we begin, I'd like to personally recognize two individuals, Congressman Dan Bishop and Congressman Anthony D'Esposito, for their service to this subcommittee and to our nation, and I wish them well in their future endeavors. As we sit here today, we're at a critical juncture in the evolution of military technology, commercial innovation, and cybersecurity. UASs have become a transformative force. They've been used in countless positive ways that include revolutionizing many industries like agriculture, logistics, film production, and others, while also improving capabilities for humanitarian relief and law enforcement. However, as with any powerful technology, UAS have also introduced significant security challenges. In recent years, the proliferation of UAS, both domestically and abroad, has raised serious concerns regarding the potential misuse of criminal activities, espionage, and more alarmingly, in threats to U.S. national security. From foreign adversaries seeking to exploit UAS for surveillance and intelligence gathering, to the growing risk of UAS being weaponized to attack critical infrastructure, port stadiums, our vulnerabilities are clear. The risk posed by commercial and military-grade UAS in the hands of rogue states, non-state actors, terrorist organizations, and even individuals cannot be overstated. There have already been several troubling incidents where UAS have been used to penetrate airspace, compromising not only our national security but public safety. Threats to our homeland can also derive from the manufacturing of products that Americans frequently use. A glaring example is the widespread use of drones manufactured by Dajiang Innovations, DJI, a Chinese company whose products are deeply embedded in U.S. industries and critical sectors. These systems raise national security concerns, including risk of unauthorized data access and systemic vulnerabilities. Multiple U.S. departments and agencies have already admonished against or banned the procurement of certain UAS originating in the People's Republic of China in recognitions of the threats that they pose. Just this past October, reports indicated that CBP is blocking the importation of some UAS produced by DJI due to potential violations of the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, which is a law that prohibits the importation of goods into the U.S. produced in whole or in part with forced labor out of the PRC. We must work to protect U.S. communications equipment while strengthening U.S. supply chains by ensuring foreign manufactured technologies that pose security threats cannot operate in U.S. networks. The threats posed by UAS continues to present challenges. The U.S. border is one of the most significant vulnerabilities when it comes to this type of threat. UAS have already been used to circumvent traditional border security measures such as fences, walls, and surveillance towers. UAS have been used to smuggle drugs and weapons across the border and surveil CBP locations for human smugglers to then evade detection. CBP officials have consistently raised concerns that Mexican narco-terrorist gangs are using weaponized UAS only a short distance from the U.S. border, and in many cases operating inside of the United States. UAS also pose a significant threat to critical infrastructure, including power grids, oil refineries, airports, water treatment plants, and transportation systems. A single UAS carrying explosives could potentially cause widespread damage, interrupt services, and result in significant economic loss to our homeland. Additionally, recent events illustrate the diverse roles UAS have played in both state-on-state conflict and asymmetric engagements, such as those in Ukraine and Israel, as well as their use in potential intelligence gathering operations near sensitive military installations at home and abroad. We must learn from these conflicts to help protect our homeland security. DHS and DOJ were given counter-UHS authorities as part of the Preventing Emerging Threats Act of 2018, which became law as part of the FAA Reauthorization Act of 2018. The current authorities provided under the act are set to expire on December 20th, 2024, just 1 week from now. Over the past years, DHS and DOJ have used these authorities to engage in activities to protect covered facilities and assets against credible threats posed by UAS, notwithstanding laws such as the Wiretap Act or the Aircraft Sabotage Act that could otherwise limit such activities. It's imperative that we not only make sure that the current authorities are extended to protect our national security, but also work together to responsibly reform the current legal authorities that provide federal agencies with critical tools to mitigate credible threats posed by UAS. I'd like to applaud Chairman Green as well as Ranking Member Thompson for their bipartisan work alongside members on TNI and Judiciary for introducing H.R. 8610, the Counter Authority Security, Safety, and Reauthorization Act of 2024. This legislation will renew and reform current counter-UAS legal authorities. Legislation will also modify and improve counter-UAS authorities of the Federal Aviation Administration, enhance important protections for the civil liberties of Americans using UAS in a legal and responsible manner, and strengthen public safety in communities throughout this nation. For instance, the legislation requires DHS to establish a counter-UAS mitigation pilot program under which select state and covered law enforcement agencies may operate approved counter-UAS mitigation systems and mitigate unauthorized UAS operations on behalf of covered entities at a number of sites each. Today, we're going to hear from experts in the field of national security, law enforcement, defense, and technology who will provide insights into the threats posed by the UAS and family of systems to our homeland and efforts to address these challenges. And I just want to say, if you're watching the news today, we've had several incidents that have occurred and are occurring right now in places like New Jersey. Recently, we had an incident at Langley Air Force Base. The threat is real. This hearing, I think, will address many topics. Maybe we don't have all the answers that come out of this hearing, but my hope is that by having this hearing, by asking both the government and non-governmental panel, that we can get to the right questions, and we can, if we don't have the right policies in place, then let's get those policies in place. If we do, and the authorities are there, then let's figure out what we can continue to do to keep our homeland safe. There's many aspects of this, but the most important aspect is the safety and the security of every American citizen and the life that we live here. I look forward to hearing from our distinguished panel today and working in a bipartisan manner. I now recognize the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Counterterrorism, Law Enforcement, and Intelligence, the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner, for his opening statement.
Well, I thank Chairman Kluger for calling this important hearing and all of my colleagues for participating. The proliferation of unmanned aircraft systems has created a technological arms race between criminals who use UAS technology to plot acts of terror, traffic fentanyl, and other illegal substances, and invade the privacy of ordinary Americans, and law enforcement agencies tasked with keeping our homeland safe. Both the criminals and law enforcement agencies are innovating at a rapid rate, and it is important that the federal government keep up. The time has come for Congress to expand the authority of federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies to better utilize monitoring, tracking, and signal jamming technologies to protect critical areas, including our borders, large public events, prisons, and sensitive government facilities, while also ensuring the civil liberties of drone operators. This is the goal of H.R. 8610, the Counter-UAS Authority, Security, Safety, and Reauthorization Act, authored by Chairman Green and Ranking Member Thompson, which I am proud to have co-sponsored. For years, DHS, DOJ, and other agencies have briefed this committee on the threats posed by malicious and authorized UAS. We have seen drones shot down at airports in this country and around the world. Major sporting events have been interrupted with players rushed from the field when unauthorized drones with unknown motives entered restricted airspace. And just a few weeks ago, the FBI arrested a white supremacist in Tennessee who planned to use a drone with an explosive payload to attack a power grid. However, it must also be said that drones are useful tools for many occupations and hobbyists. They can be useful for search and rescue, navigation, agriculture, and more. And these positive aspects remind us that we must take a measured approach to the issue. I look forward to hearing from today's witnesses about how best to balance the benefits and risks of UAS. Moreover, I hope that this hearing will help lay additional groundwork for getting H.R. 8610 over the finish line. Thank you to our witnesses for being here today. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. The chair now recognizes the chairman of the Subcommittee on Transportation and Maritime Security, gentleman from Florida, Mr. Jimenez, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today we're examining the growing threats posed by unmanned aerial systems, UASs, or drones, and exploring solutions to better protect our homeland from this evolving technology. The popularity and accessibility of drones has skyrocketed in recent years. Today, there are more than 880,000 registered drone operators in the United States, with countless other operating drones without proper registration or training. While many of these operators use drones for legitimate purposes, recreational, commercial, or otherwise, there is an undeniable threat from those who misuse this technology either through ignorance of the rules and regulations or with malicious intent. Uninformed operators can inadvertently disrupt air traffic or encroach on sensitive areas, creating safety risks that strain our law enforcement and the aviation systems. But uninformed operators present a risk. Their potential impact is negligible compared to the dangers posed by nefarious actors with malicious intent. Nefarious actors, including transnational criminal organizations, terrorists, and foreign adversaries, can exploit drones to evade traditional security measures, gather intelligence, smuggle contraband, disrupt transportation systems, or even launch attacks on our homeland. The threat from nefarious actors is both real and escalating. Along our borders, drones are increasingly employed by cartels to smuggle drugs and surveil law enforcement operations. We must consider all appropriate actions to ensure that foreign adversaries like the Chinese Communist Party are not using drones under the guise of legitimate activities to relay sensitive information back to China or other entities that seek to harm the United States. Critical infrastructure such as airports, power plants, and ports face growing risks from rogue drones capable of conducting surveillance, causing disruption, or carrying out acts of sabotage. These risks are not hypothetical. Since 2021, the Transportation Security Administration has documented nearly 2,000 drone sightings near U.S. airports, with major airports experiencing drone incursions almost daily. Furthermore, between 2021 and 2022, the FBI reported 235 incidents of suspicious drone flights at or near chemical plants in Louisiana. Similar UAS activity is also observed at oil storage facilities in Oklahoma and natural gas facilities in Texas, highlighting the growing threat to critical energy infrastructure. Beyond our borders, the conflict in Ukraine has highlighted the weaponization of drones in modern warfare. Both sides have employed drones for reconnaissance, targeting, and direct attacks, underscoring the ability to use drones to transform the dynamics of conflict. These lessons, both from domestic incidents and international conflicts, should serve as a wake-up call for us to bolster our defenses against the misuse of drones within the United States. Looking ahead, the stakes will only continue to rise, with major global events such as the 2026 FIFA World Cup, of which many games will be played in my hometown of Miami, and the 2028 Summer Olympics coming to the United States. We must be ready to confront these threats to safeguard critical infrastructure and ensure the safety of travelers, participants, and spectators. We have a responsibility to defend against drone threats, and the need for action is clear. We must act swiftly. Today's hearing is an opportunity to better understand the full scope of the challenges posed by drones and to explore innovative solutions to mitigate these risks. I want to thank my colleague from Texas, Representative Pfluger, as well as my colleagues from the Subcommittee on Counterterrorism, Law Enforcement, and Intelligence for partnering with us to host this important hearing. Thank you to our witnesses, Deputy Executive Assistant Commissioner Jones, Deputy Assistant Attorney General Wiegman, and Assistant Director Wheeler for appearing before the subcommittees. I look forward to hearing about how we can better counter rogue drones, safeguard critical infrastructure, and ensure our policies keep pace with this evolving technology. And I yield back.
Chair, now recognize the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Transportation and Maritime Security, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Canadar, for his opening statement.
Good afternoon, and thank you to both Chairman and Ranking Member Magaziner for holding today's hearing, as well as to our witnesses for joining us. Over the past few years, the use of unmanned aerial systems, also known as drones, has become common across a wide range of applications. Drones have become increasingly affordable and useful within agriculture, law enforcement, search and rescue, photography, and other industries. However, as the airspace becomes more and more crowded with unmanned aircraft, we must ensure the government is prepared and empowered to protect the safety and security of U.S. critical infrastructure and the American public. In 2018, Congress enacted initial authorities for the executive branch to begin testing and operating counter-drone technologies, also known as CUAS technologies. Those authorities have kickstarted the interagency coordination and technology development needed to carry out such a complex effort, but the authorities remain unlimited. Authorities remain limited and have relied on one short-term extension after another. I hope Congress will act early next year to advance legislation to extend and expand these authorities. As we do so, we must ensure the government's counter-drone activities appropriately protect privacy and civil liberties and do not have unintended impacts on the safety of the national airspace. As ranking member of the Transportation and Maritime Security Subcommittee, I am especially interested in making sure airports are protected from threats posed by drones. Already, we have seen major airport shutdowns due to errant drones causing significant delays. Introducing new technologies that affect radio signals is especially sensitive within the airport environment and other urban environment. So we must ensure such technologies are carefully tested. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses today about how Congress can push our counter drone efforts into a new phase in a measured yet meaningful manner. Again, I thank our witnesses and my colleagues, and I yield back.
Other members of the committee are reminded that opening statements may be submitted for the record. I'm pleased to have a distinguished panel of witnesses before us today on this very important topic. And I ask that our witnesses please rise and raise their right hand. You solemnly swear that the testimony you will give before the Committee on Homeland Security in the United States and House of Representatives will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. Thank you. Let the record reflect the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. I'll now introduce the witnesses. Mr. Keith Jones is the Deputy Executive Assistant Commissioner for Air and Marine Operations. He has over 32 years of law enforcement experience. Notably, he has helped found the San Diego Sector's Border Patrol Search, Trauma, and Rescue Team and was the primary driver of its national expansion. Mr. Robert Wheeler Jr. serves as the Assistant Director of the FBI's Critical Incident Response Group. His responsibilities include providing expertise in crisis management, negotiations, hazardous devices, tactical operations, behavioral assessment, surveillance, and aviation. He joined the division in July of this year. Mr. Bragg Wiegman serves as the Deputy Assistant Attorney General for National Security at the U.S. Department of Justice. He has spent his career as a government attorney with legal experience at the Department of Defense, Department of State, and at the National Security Council. We thank all of you for being here today. We will now begin with opening statements. I know that you've submitted written statements as well, and thank you for that. If you'll please adhere to the 5-minute summary of your statements. We'll start with Mr. Jones. You're now recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman Pfluger, Ranking Member Magaziner, Chairman Jimenez, and Ranking Member Canada, and distinguished members of the subcommittee. It's an honor to be here today on behalf of U.S. Customs and Border Protection to discuss the CBP authorities and capabilities dedicated to countering threats posed by the malicious use of unmanned aircraft systems, commonly called UAS or drones. Throughout my 33-year career in border security, first with the U.S. Border Patrol and now Air and Marine Operations, I've witnessed transnational criminal organizations, or TCOs, and other malicious actors leveraging technology to circumvent U.S. law enforcement. In recent years, I've devoted significant time to understanding the increasing UAS threat to border security and coordinating CBP's strategic response. Air and Marine Operations is CBP's executive agent for counter UAS operations. We work alongside our U.S. Border Patrol and Office of Field Operation counterparts to detect, track, and mitigate the threat of these aircraft along our borders. We also collaborate with our DOJ and FBI partners on investigations, as well as CBP Innovation, DHS Science and Technology Directorate, Department of Defense, private industry, to identify technologies that can improve our mitigation and domain awareness capabilities. I'd like to emphasize 3 important aspects of this subject today. First, the current state of UAS threats to border security. Second, how our critical authorities enable us to respond. And finally, the importance of improving CBP's domain awareness capabilities and technology to detect and mitigate UAS threats. First, UAS activity along the border is increasing rapidly. During a recent 6-week period, CBP sensors reported more than 6,900 drone flights within close proximity of our borders. It is these flights, particularly those in areas of high illicit activity, that present the greatest threat to the safety of CBP's frontline personnel, pose a serious collision risk to our crewed aircraft, and diminish the effectiveness of our border security operations. Although intent cannot be derived from border proximity alone or intelligence processes, CBP has associated a large percent of these drone flights with nefarious activities on drones. TCOs have fully integrated UAS technology into their operations. Of most concern to CBP is the wide use of drones to conduct reconnaissance of CBP law enforcement personnel, their locations, and their activities. This technology enables smugglers to guide non-citizens or transport contraband across the border without encountering any law enforcement. Additionally, to a lesser extent, TCOs have used drones to fly contraband over the border. And most drones have limited payload capacity. An average recreational drone can carry only a few pounds, but the potential risk is still significant. A few pounds of narcotics, specifically fentanyl, or a few pounds of explosive could cause serious harm. The increasing use of UAS brings me to my second point. The authorities provided by Congress through the Preventing Emerging Threats Act are essential for CBP to detect and counter this serious threat. In accordance with the Act, DHS policy guidance and internal policy, CBP conducts counter-UAS operations in 10 high-risk sectors along the southwest and northern border, as authorized by the DHS Secretary. Our operations have addressed the covered facilities or assets while safeguarding privacy, civil rights, and civil liberties. Obtaining authorization to implement counter-UAS operations is a rigorous and precise process, requires a credible threat determination based on extensive analysis and evidence, as well as correlation with actionable law enforcement information. Using our authorities and targeted approach, CBP mitigated 86 UAS threats at the border in fiscal year 2023 and 60 in FY24. CBP also mitigated 16 UAS as Special Event Assessment Rating or SEER events in FY 2023 and 49 in FY 24. CBP has mitigated 3 unmanned aircraft systems so far in FY 25. Finally, TCOs are rapidly obtaining larger, more maneuverable drones with a higher capacity for payloads and the ability to fly longer, higher, and farther. We're also tracking the threat of drones used for kinetic attacks with payloads, explosives, firearms, or weapons of mass destruction. We're already seeing drug cartels in Mexico use drones to attack the military, police, and their rivals. It means CBP needs these critical authorities, advanced technology, to maintain the strategic advantage, and continued commitment to achieving persistent domain awareness. CBP is dedicated to our security mission. With your support, we will continue to counter this rapidly evolving threat and expand our risk-based implementation of counter-UAS operations along the border. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. The chair now recognizes Mr. Wheeler for his opening statement of 5 minutes.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chairman Pfluger, Chairman Jimenez, Ranking Member Magaziner, Ranking Member Tanadar, other distinguished members of the committee. Appreciate the opportunity to testify on behalf of the FBI. I currently serve as the Assistant Director of our Critical Incident Response Group in Quantico, Virginia. I've done that since July, as you mentioned. In that capacity, I lead the FBI's efforts regarding both our pre-crisis planning and response to critical incidents and major investigations, which includes responsibility for our counter-unmanned aircraft program. As UAS use continues to rapidly grow among the public, commercial, and military and law enforcement sectors, this technology also lends itself to increased malicious use by state, non-state, and lone actors, as you know. This technology poses some unique security challenges for us. Just this year alone, we've seen concerning increase in the use of UAS in the commission of crimes with the intent to cause injury to U.S. persons on U.S. soil. The Chinese national recently pled guilty to 2 misdemeanor counts for using a UAS to conduct espionage at a U.S. naval facility in January. We believe UAS are being flown for similar purposes over sensitive facilities across the United States. Just last month, the subject was arrested and charged in Tennessee for attempting to use a UAS with an explosive device to destroy an energy facility. That is the same case mentioned by the ranking member. That subject was driven by an ideology to disrupt society through the collapse of the national power grid. Those are 2 examples of the evolving ways that UAS are being used to harm us and our interests. With the enactment of the 2018 Preventing Emergency Threats Act, the FBI was granted the authority necessary to mitigate a range of UAS threats in the protection of special events, emergency response, federal investigations, personnel, and facilities. Specifically, the legislation authorizes DOJ and our partners at DHS to conduct counter-UAS operations in limited circumstances to identify, track, and mitigate credible threats. I'd stress the importance for reauthorization of the counter-UAS authority that you know expired December 20th. Failure to extend the authorities beyond that would cause significant impacts on our ability to protect the public. A durable extension is also extremely important. Our experience has taught us that short-term extensions of the counter-UAS authority effectively prevent the Bureau and our partners from budgeting and staffing in ways which would allow us to execute a long-term strategy. We know that Congress is considering extensions of 5 years or more, and thank you for that consideration. The FBI strongly supports pursuing expanded counter-UAS authorities for state, local, tribal, and territorial partners as robustly and swiftly as prudently possible. SLTT partners have repeatedly informed us that existing counter-UAS authorities are inadequate. Since our counter-UAS authority was granted in 2019, The FBI has adopted 69 operational missions using this authority and provided limited support to 121 other events. We've detected over 1,000 UAS in violation of federal law during these missions. One example at the Boston Marathon this past April, our team mitigated a UAS threat, which resulted in the capture and prosecution of the subject. The FBI can not alone protect the over 40,000 Special Event Assessment Rating or SEER events annually held in the U.S., along with the countless other requests for counter-UAS support at mass gatherings. The use of counter-UAS to protect against these situations is crucial and can only be fully addressed by expanding the capability to include our state and local partners. In closing, we remain committed to protect Americans by countering the malicious use of this technology. The reauthorization or long-term extension of this legislation is essential to continue our mission in combating the evolving threat. We look forward to working with you in establishing sustainable strategies to mitigate the threat going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wheeler. Chair now recognizes Mr. Weigman for his opening statement of 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Pfluger, Chairman Jimenez, Ranking Member Magaziner, Ranking Member Tanadar, and other distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the Department of Justice. As my colleagues have just said, we are committed to continuing to work hard to protect the American people from the threat of illicit drone use. But to do so most effectively, we need additional legal authority. As drones become more and more prevalent in our airspace, merely continuing with our current authorities is insufficient to address the current scale of the threat. More than 2 years ago, I and others from DHS and the FAA testified before a Senate committee about this growing threat and the need for a more durable and significantly expanded legal framework. Since that time, the Congress has provided extensions of existing counter-drone authority while considering how best to expand it. We are very grateful that both the House and the Senate continue to agree that this authority must not lapse. The Department is eager to share with you the lessons gained from our experience and help reach consensus about how much and in what way to expand the existing law. Now, the reason we need legal authority is that without it, use of the most effective types of drone detection and counter-drone technologies could violate criminal laws, including those that prohibit destroying or disabling aircraft in flight and intercepting signals of communications. As has just been said, our current authorities will lapse within the next 10 days unless reauthorized. So our first priority is for Congress to reauthorize the existing law. But I know that this committee and others have also been working on legislation to go well beyond that. And we are eager to work with Congress on a bill that will help keep the American people safe. Now, as described in our written testimony, the two most important issues for us are, number one, broadening the types of sites that law enforcement can protect from nefarious and suspicious drone uses. So, for example, to cover, as was mentioned in the opening statements, airports, critical infrastructure like power plants and chemical facilities. We need to expand the types of sites that can be protected. And then number two, as my colleague from the FBI just mentioned, it's about empowering state and local law enforcement and operators of critical infrastructure to engage in counter-drone efforts themselves nationwide. This is not a job the federal government can do alone. The FBI can only cover a tiny fraction, less than half of 1%, of the tens of thousands of events throughout the country each year that might need counter-drone support to protect public safety. So the demand for protection across the country just vastly exceeds available federal resources. To be clear, this activity can and must be done while safeguarding Americans' privacy and civil liberties. The technologies that we employ typically detect only communications being passed between the operator's controller and the drone to detect its activities, to direct its activities. They do not extract text messages, email, or internet search histories from phones or tablets used to control drones, nor do they allow law enforcement to listen to voice calls. We collect information such as the drone vendor and model, the drone and controlling device serial number, the geolocation of the drone, the location of the controller, and the most recent takeoff and home location. This is very much like the information required to be broadcast by manned aircraft, and which is now required under FAA's remote ID regulation to be broadcast by drones as well. And we use this information to further investigate when a crime involving a drone is suspected. As required in current law, DOJ will continue to have guidance that contains explicit protections for privacy and civil liberties and associated training. And state and local law enforcement is empowered to engage in this activity would be required to adhere to the same rules. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today. I'd be happy to answer your questions.
I think the witnesses for their opening statements, members will now be recognized by order of seniority for 5 minutes of questioning. An additional round of questioning may be called after all members have been recognized, also knowing that we have a second panel. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. Let's just start with current events, and I'll ask an open-ended question. What is going on in New Jersey?
So, sir, the FBI and our Newark field office, along with the state and local partners there, the Bureau is actively investigating the situation you mentioned. It's the unexplained sighting of activity over that part of New Jersey, including proximity to sensitive sites and areas of concern. So we do not attribute that to an individual or a group yet. We're investigating, but I don't have an answer of who's responsible for that. One or more people that are responsible for those drone flights. But we're actively investigating. What the Bureau has done to aid our state and local partners is what we generally do. Enlist the help of the interagency, enlist the help of the public. There's a tip line there, that 1-800 call FBI, tips FBI for information from the public that can help us resolve this. It is concerning.
Is the public at risk? Is public safety at risk? Are we concerned that there are nefarious intentions that could cause either national security or a public safety incident that would put Americans at risk?
There's nothing that is known that would lead me to say that, but we just don't know, and that's the concern.
I think the fact that we have these unknown drones, UASs, that are flying over critical or sensitive facilities is exactly why we're having this hearing. Mr. Jones, well, actually, for anybody on the panel, let me just say, we go back to last year, there were incidents, including Langley Air Force Base, where for over a week we had unknown drones flying over a very sensitive military installation with F-22s and other weapon systems on the ground. And I think that was cause for concern. So from a DHS standpoint, either on a border mission or from an FBI or DOJ, you mentioned, Mr. Wheeler, that we don't necessarily have the authorities we need. Why can't we take action against these drones that are flying over sensitive sites? Why are we not taking action against drones that are flying over sensitive sites?
So authority exists to mitigate a UAS flight when authorized, and that could certainly apply to a sensitive site. I would be a little measured in speaking for the Department of Defense for those sites that are in question here. But I will say that we're the FBI in a position, close liaison relationship with the Department of Defense and those areas that you mentioned, and will help in every way possible. But for securing those particular sites in this way, it is a DoD effort.
Mr. Jones, for the border, I was down in the RGV last year, and they told me that they had over 20,000 incidents just in a quarter of drones that were being operated by cartels. What's the danger along the southern border to our citizens, the safety of our citizens from drones?
Well, thank you, Chairman. So you touched on the volume of activity within the 500 yards of our contiguous border, the south and even on the north is staggering. We have deployed detection technology. You mentioned 20,000. Significant threat is counter surveillance. They are surveilling law enforcement activities. They're doing this 24/7, 365. And historically, they've had to have high ground with terrain. Now everywhere's the high ground.
It's their high ground. They can see what's going on.
Exactly.
Do you have the authority to to mitigate those physically or by other means?
So the secretary has designated certain areas along our border as covered facilities. So yes, the capability exists and the authority exists in those covered areas.
Have those types of mitigations taken place? Are we actively mitigating?
We are actively mitigating this.
And how many, my time is expired, but how many events are we experiencing per year along the southern border?
So, for example, last year, if we look at 45,000 detections on the southwest, of those, 2,500 plus or minus actually made an incursion. And now we're talking about a very small subset. A lot of the surveillance is taking place outside of our jurisdiction in foreign airspace. That makes it particularly challenging for mitigation.
But we'll get back to these. My time is expired now. Recognize the ranking member. Is 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you. I'll pick up on this same line of questioning. When a number of us visited the southern border last year, we heard from your officers about the challenges that drones were posing. And one question I have is, I understand they're being used primarily by the cartels for surveillance, to see where your officers are so that they can, more effectively traffic people, narcotics, firearms, etc. across the border. Do you see any evidence of the cartels using drones to actually move some of that contraband? Like, I'm thinking specifically of fentanyl. Are they using UASs to actually move fentanyl across the border?
We have yet to see fentanyl being moved via UAS. We have seen other narcotics, albeit in small quantities. From a cost model, it's not as effective for cartels because the payload capacity is so small, they have to make multiple trips. We have seen cocaine, we have seen heroin, we have seen methamphetamine, we've seen weapons. So there is a threat of moving contraband across our borders.
So the numbers, of course, are staggering. I think at one point in your written testimony, you alluded to periods of as many as 1,000 detections a week. But the number of mitigations at the southern border was 86 in fiscal year 23 and 60 in fiscal 24. So why so few as a percentage of the whole? What are the barriers that you're facing?
Again, many of these detections occur in foreign airspace. Thereby, we cannot mitigate. Actually, a very small percentage actually occur into the United States. So, for example, in the southwest border, only 5% of that large number actually affected incursion. Of that, we have very strict criteria, and they met the criteria. So the 60 that we mitigated in FY24 actually met the criteria for mitigation.
So I'm going to ask about both the 5% and the 95% then. So the 5% that do come into our airspace, is the criteria too narrow, to bring them down? Why again, so few?
Well, again, one of the things that's notable here is that those are not 2,500 unique identifiers. You have repeat offenders, so we take down or mitigate one drone. Of that large number, that could be responsible for hundreds of those.
I see. So these are events, not necessarily individual drones. These statistics.
That's correct.
Okay. So on the 95%, or really I guess 100%, even if you don't have the authority to bring them down, those that are over foreign airspace, do you still have the technological ability to track where the operators are and to alert the Mexican or Canadian as to where the operators are? Can you explain what that process is like?
Absolutely. And we do communicate directly with our foreign partners, and our communication is healthy. Our sharing of information is healthy. So what you just described is exactly what we do.
And is it working? Does it happen? I mean, when you notify Mexican authorities, for example, that hey, we've got a drone and we know where the operator is. Are they pursuing the operators? Do you have success stories? Again, are there gaps that need to be filled in that process? Can you elaborate?
Well, again, we have to rely on so in the case of government of Mexico, we have to rely on our Mexican partners to respond. A lot of times these are in areas that are not highly populated. They're very difficult to get to. They're also controlled by cartels. So by the time law enforcement responds, it's very challenging for them. It's not for lack of effort, lack of communication. It's just a very difficult environment.
With the minute that I have left, I'll shift this week then on the issue of special events, SEER events. Can you just elaborate a little bit more about why it is so important that the state and locals have expanded authorities, and what should the appropriate guardrails be, to those expanded authorities?
Yes. Each year, the FBI can cover a number of special events. DHS covers some as well. So we're talking about big events like the Super Bowl, the World Series, the Indianapolis 500, that sort of thing. But obviously, those are not the only events that could be subject to an attack or a drone threat. You have many other football games, baseball games, soccer games, the World Cup. And if you add them all up, just focus on sporting events, even forgetting about New York Times New Year's celebration. There's all manner of events. So we can only cover a tiny fraction of those in any given year. And so if Congress gives the authority to state and locals to engage in the same activity, that vastly expands the scope of what counter drone protection.
I'll just note for the record, I thank you. I understand the need to expand that authority to state and locals for these special events. I will just highlight, though, I think training is going to be very important in this because there are plenty of people who fly drones at
Do we have
football
anything
games for
particular
legitimate
from
reasons.
this
We'll
conference?
just need to make sure that the state.
I mean, it was today, so I don't really know what happened.
Know how to kind of go after the bad guys without overly
They're
penalizing
they're
the good guys,
telling
but I take your
what we
broad
know.
Absolutely.
yield back.
That's a big part
Pardon
of
me?
training.
Still, the time has expired. The chair now recognizes.
The
Order.
on this press conference, they're
Thank you,
telling
Mr.
what we know right
I know
now.
that we
So
face
we
significant
don't
threats
know
now
what
from
is
the
it,
technology that we have right now. But right around the corner, if not already here, is
there's
AI.
plenty of
And so some of
others
the
from
techniques that
people.
we use to mitigate current drones.
I mean, this happened today in the United States Congress. That's as up to the minute as anything that we have on the subject. If you have something more recent, then let me know. I'll put it on.
Do we have any capabilities to
All
actually
right.
go connect?
No, I don't.
knock these things down?
So I ask
Either-
you.
Yeah.
You get
I mean, basically, they're saying, like, we don't understand what these things are, which is really something interesting from an American standpoint, or really anybody from the world, because we should know what's in our airspace, and we don't.
I think it would probably be best if we look forward to providing you a detailed briefing on our capabilities and where our heads are at on, and we share your concern.
Yeah, because I think that not only concerns me in as far as Customs and Border Protection and our personnel, but also airports, large events, etc., where these drones can be used for really destructive purposes. And so I'm really, really worried about that. Mr. Jones, you said that you have legal authority to disable, to mitigate drones in certain areas. We have about a 2,000-mile-long border. So those areas, how many miles of the 2,000 do you actually have the authority to mitigate these drones?
Chairman, again, we're starting to get into an area I'm not comfortable with in open forum, but we'd love to dock those details with you behind closed doors.
I take that to mean there's not too many miles. Okay, so that's fair enough. Have you seen any kind of? We know that the cartels, especially the Mexican cartels, are working with the CCP, the Communist Chinese Party. The CCP provides the chemicals to the cartels that produce the fentanyl that's killing thousands of Americans every single year. Do you see any link between? We see that link. Do we see any links between the CCP, China, and the drones, the technology that's being used to surveil our border and it's being used to
Do you know
help the
anyone from
cartels in
China?
their quest to transport
Oh,
people,
yeah, I do.
drugs, guns, everything into the United States?
Do they know anything about those drones? Or maybe they've seen some drones in China?
I haven't ever known of them to talk about having seen them, but I don't know if they're allowed to talk about those things. Very,
Yeah.
Potentially collecting information for the government of China.
I do know where China's Area 51 is, though, which is
Area 51, Chinese Area 51, you mean?
yeah,
You,
exactly.
Chair, recognize Mr. Canadar for his question.
Thank you, Chair.
It's
What can you tell me about it?
The operation
well, I don't.
of
I mean,
CUAS,
before I tell you everything I know, which isn't a lot, keep in mind that, like, even knowing about America's Area 51 is really hard to get any information out of. So China's Area 51 is much, much harder, especially for someone who doesn't live there. But I can tell you what it's called. It's just one moment. And I know what it translates to. I um I okay, it's called Lop Nur. LOP space NUR, and that's in China. And then Lop.
Can you write it in my DM?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, just one moment. I just sent it to you. And then also, the United Kingdom has one. It's known as Woomera, and it's in Australia.
Okay.
So if you're wondering, like, well, what is Lop Nur? It's very, very secretive. That's where they test their nuclear weapons, very similar to what the United States did with Area 51. And just one moment. Let me make sure I did spell it right. Yeah, okay, so Lop Nur is a former saltwater lake located in the eastern part of the Tarim Basin in Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region of China. It is historically significant for several reasons, primarily its role in geography and culture. Okay, military and nuclear testing. Lop Nur is also known for being the site of China's nuclear weapons tests. The People's Republic of China conducted its first nuclear test there in 1964. Over the years, numerous other nuclear tests were conducted at Lop Nur, making it a key site in China's nuclear development. It means I believe the word "lap" in Chinese means lake. Um, so it's a Uyghur language, but apparently it means like Lake Nur, and that could mean desert lake or salt marsh. It's largely dry today, but
Yeah, I can see that on graphics in Google.
okay. And as you can see as well, it's way far away from anything, so it's like most people have no idea about it, and even most people in China have no idea about it. Um, I can say at least the communications that I've had with people in China, they're so focused on just surviving day to day. When there's no really good way to communicate things, like, hey, if I see something in the air and I take a video of it, I can lose my house, I can lose my phone, I can lose my family. They can take me to a military prison for just sharing that kind of information. Right. Because they'll say that those are military secrets and you're not allowed to know that. So it's very, very discreet, anything that happens there. I've never known there to be a whistleblower like in the United States, but keep in mind that the United States has even only had less than 10 whistleblowers on the subject, maybe. I mean, we've had more than that. I shouldn't say that. We've had hundreds, if not thousands. But the really famous ones are not really well known. But in China, they'll just put you in jail and they'll torture your family. So the punishment for giving away state secrets in China is so harsh that I feel no one talks about. I mean, maybe they do, but I don't speak Chinese. I don't necessarily know Chinese well either. So that's about all I know. Is Lac Noor is like their Area 51 that they did their first nuclear weapons test in 1964. And aside from that, there's not too much more known about it. I would imagine that it's very much underground. So all of this stuff is really built underground. And
Yeah, I could think so about it.
yeah, so
They
that
wouldn't show.
exactly. They don't want people to see because they know that we have satellites and they can look down and see people, see what's going on. And even before then, we had planes.
Yeah.
And so the best move is just dig into the earth, and then you can create a whole city under there, and no one will know about it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, one thing that does end up happening that can cause issues is, well, how do you get people there? Like in the United States, I mean, I can tell you a lot about Area 51, just from the fact that, like, the city of, have you ever heard of Las Vegas, Nevada?
I know where it is, but I didn't hear anything about something strange that could
Okay, but
happen there.
But it's like casinos and gambling and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically, yes.
Exactly. Now, there's a reason why all of that is located there, and it's like a big distraction. It's because much of the reason many years ago, when they were doing testing at Area 51, which is like an hour north, they would need people to go up to that test site. And so a really great way to basically tell people you're going to do one thing and do another is just saying, oh, I'm going to go on vacation to Las Vegas. Oh, okay. Well, everybody in the United States knows that means you're probably going to gamble and drink and have a good time. When in reality, you might be an engineer and you're going to go up to the Nevada test site and do all kinds of atomic weapons research. And so then when you come back home, people are like, oh, how was your trip? And you're like, oh, it was great. We just gambled. That's about it. And then there's no one has any suspicion of you having done anything wrong. Now, what has happened as the city of Las Vegas has grown, a lot of the people have just moved there, but they still have to get to work every day. And here's the issue: if it's a secret base, if Area 51 is a secret base, and people have to get to work there, you just can't have people commuting every single day in their cars, because people will just be like, what's going on with this big line of cars that go up there? So what they've done is build perhaps underground train systems, maglev trains, that go from the Las Vegas Strip to the Nevada test site, to Area 51. Or they have what's called Janet planes, which are basically unmarked planes of the United States government that fly to the Nevada test site every single day, so that the people who need to go to work just get on a plane and go. But it's not obvious because there's so much else going on in Las Vegas that people don't really pay attention to it. They just think, oh, that's just another plane, not thinking like, oh no, but those planes are going to Area 51.
Yeah, what's the destination of those planes? Exactly.
So in China, they don't have that. So, but they don't necessarily need it. If you're saying I have to go to this place, this Lan, the name of it, I need to go to Lac Noor. Okay, nobody questions it. It's just like, okay, you're an engineer or you're some kind of scientist, just go. I've heard that there is a similar program perhaps being done at CERN. Do you know what CERN is? It's the atomic.
No, I don't.
I think you probably do. Yeah, I will explain. Okay, it's like right off. It's near Lake Geneva in Switzerland. It's on the border of France and Switzerland, and it's a particle accelerator.
Okay.
Okay, so it's the world's largest particle accelerator. Just one moment. I'll tell you about it. Tell me about CERN, CERN, in 500 characters. Tell me.
I can see it in Wikipedia.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's a machine that uses electromagnetic fields to propel charged particles
Exactly.
at high speeds.
It's
and
the
tries to contact them in well-defined beams.
exactly. It's the largest machine on Earth. Okay, so it's very very big. So they can do all kinds of secret stuff there, and whenever anybody has to travel there, they just have to say, "I'm an engineer" or "I'm a scientist," and nobody else is gonna, their friends and family are just gonna be like, "Yeah, they're a scientist who does a lot of traveling," and it's a very good cover story. When in reality, they could be working for the CIA, MI5, MI6, perhaps the FBI. They could be working for Mossad. They could be working for any of the global intelligence agencies. But all they have to do is say, "I'm a scientist and I work at CERN." And since people don't know a lot about it, it's a great cover. And the reason why I say this was originally a strategy implemented when the United States was attempting to create the nuclear bomb. So I don't know if you know where New Mexico is in the United States. It's a big square state basically, but not a lot of people live there. And especially when they were developing the nuclear bomb, it was known as the Manhattan Project. Very, very few people lived in the state, and they didn't want to give a lot of attention to what was going on there. So what they did,
So they make a town.
exactly.
You mean like I watched the
Oppenheimer,
so
exactly.
I can imagine what they try to uncover.
Exactly.
Everything.
Exactly. And so, as you know, if you saw the movie, they had to, build like churches, and they had to build like little stores and all kinds of things to make it look like a real place. And because real people were going to be living there. But in reality, all of them were scientists working on this very secret project. But when people found out, they'd be like, "Oh, why are you going to New Mexico? That's so strange. Like, I've never known anybody to go to New Mexico." They'd be like, "Oh, well, I'm a scientist and I'm just working at a lab." And they'd be like, "Oh, okay, that's fine." In fact, to this day, that state has per capita the most doctorates of any state of the United States. Basically, it's very highly educated, and it has to do with all the programs that were going on there. And they're all very secretive. So, I mean, really, what you don't want happening is someone to find out that you're working at a secret place, because if they do, then they can use that information against you. They can say, "Hey, if you don't do this for me, I'm going to tell all of our friends that you're working for the government or you're working on the secret project." You don't want that to happen. So this is how they've been doing it. And then in perhaps today's modern age, we have CERN in Europe. And so it's something like this even. Imagine you know what the American CIA is? The Central Intelligence Agency.
Central Intelligence, yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
So it's based.
But I don't know what they're doing exactly.
Sure.
What are they responsible for?
Right. So not many people do. Basically, it was started in the late 1940s after World War II to be the intelligence arm overseas of the United States. So ideally, if there were a country that was planning on attacking the United States, the CIA would find out that information beforehand and be able to stop any threats. But it's changed. It's changed into overthrowing governments overseas and killing leaders overseas and making sure that the American civilization has been able to spread everywhere in the world. So it's actually perhaps not a good organization, perhaps a very evil organization. But let's say, Aloe, that we recruited you to work at the CIA. Okay, well, the first thing about it is you should know it's very secretive. So you can't go and tell your friends and family what you do for a living. You can't say, "I work at the CIA," because then everybody's going to ask you about it. and that can also make you a target. So instead, they say, okay, you're an engineer, and whenever you're traveling, just say that you're going to CERN, you're going to Switzerland. Most people will never go there in their entire life. Most people can't even in the United States find it on a map, and so it's your cover story. And so you'll be able to travel all around the world and do all kinds of bad things. And then when you come back home, whenever anybody asks you, you just say, I'm an engineer at CERN. And that's very, very high level physics, and very few people are going to know anything about it to be able to ask you any questions about it.
Yeah.
So in a very similar way, in China, you can have someone who, let's say, it works as a nuclear engineer, and they go to Lop Nur to work as an engineer. Okay, and anybody asks them, "Hey, what do you do for a living?" I work at Lop. I work as an engineer. Nobody's really going to ask them too much about it. When in reality, they could be working on China's secret space program. China, the reverse engineering of UFOs, creating drones, all of the other things. And then when they go, yeah. So basically, like the fact that Lop Nur is a nuclear testing site gives them a very good cover to be able to do other secret stuff as well.
Okay, so I understand now.
Excellent. And then the other one you want to maybe, if you don't know it, I sent it to you as well. It's the one
for UK in Australia.
Exactly. So as I understand, that's an Air Force base, and Australia is it's a big desert basically, a lot of it, except around the edges of the continent. And you couldn't just put a secret space base in the middle of the desert, because people again would ask, well, where are all these people going? And they need a town to support themselves, and they need food and water and utilities. So instead of doing that, they just say it's a UK Air Force base very close to a city. And so whenever anybody has any questions about it, it's just like, oh, I'm working at the Air Force base. Okay, well, not a lot of people ask a lot of questions about that because they think you're doing something for the British government, when in reality, they could be doing a lot of secret stuff there. And then whenever anybody has any questions about it, they just say, like, let's say they're testing a UFO, testing a flying aircraft that we created, we reverse engineered here on Earth. Well, anybody who raises any suspicion, just you say to them, oh, that's just from the Air Force base. I don't know what you're talking about. And not a lot of questions will be raised. It's very smart.
Yeah.
Aside from
I
that,
want to find out what they're hiding from us.
I am too. I'm very curious. Absolutely. Well, if you want to know that, I can show you all about that, and we'll put that on right now. We won't even watch the end of this because I mean, as we've seen it, I hadn't seen it. I saw the biggest highlight was just them saying to one of the Congress people, saying, "So we don't know what these things are," and they're basically like, "No, we don't." But there's no need to worry, which doesn't make any sense. If you don't know what something is, then there's all the reason in the world to worry if you don't know what it is. And so
yeah, especially it's USA.
Exactly. We should be very advanced, and it's a very populated area.
The most advanced country.
Exactly. So if you want to know all the secret stuff, I'll show you now. This is fascinating. Just for a moment. This is.
Yeah, you can show me what you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, so before I turn it on, let me tell you what it is going to be. It's what happened. Okay, so have you seen the Bob Lazar, Joe Rogan interview?
The whole? No. But I watched from to early 2000s.
Oh, sure.
How to say that?
Sure. So you know who Bob Lazar is?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. So I think it's beneficial to know his story. I mean, you know it pretty well, but he's talked about it a little bit more. Though it's maintained its consistency since 1989. It's not like he makes up new things of the story. No, it's been the same story as consistent as any story I've ever heard anybody tell for 30 years. And so he'll talk about what it's like to work there on a daily basis. And Joe Rogan asks him about it. Do you know who Joe Rogan is?
The publisher.
Yep, the podcaster.
Famous in USA.
Yep, podcaster.
The broadcaster, yeah.
Yep, exactly. So Joe Rogan's an interesting person because he's really good at a lot of different things. He's a very famous UFC, like Ultimate Fighting commentator. He's the most famous podcaster in the world. He's also been an actor. He's been the host of television shows, and he's been what else does he do? Acting, UFC, podcasting, and so he doesn't need money anymore. So he can have on guests who are very controversial, and Bob Lazar is considered a controversial person. Okay, so we'll watch the Bob Lazar interview, which is fascinating, and then after that, we'll get into there are whistleblowers from Area 51 who will tell you it's fascinating. They have like 3-dimensional models of what the facility looks like, and like what you're allowed to do, what you're not allowed to do, and there are a bunch of levels under Area 51, at least 6 different levels, and what's going on there.
Right.
Do you know about Dulce Base?
Dulce Base?
Yeah.
No. It's the first time I'm hearing about it.
Okay, so in my
What
opinion,
is it?
Dulce Base is the most secretive base in the United States. It's located near the Four Corners region of the United States, which is basically near New Mexico, Arizona, Utah, and Colorado. They all come together at one spot, and near there is a secret base that is more secretive than any other thing of which I've ever heard. And they have whistleblowers about this, and they talk about the big things that happen there are alien-human hybridization programs. Basically, like the mixing of DNA, and they do.
How?
Well, apparently, aliens have bases here on Earth, and that's one of them. And they have developed some kind of. I mean, we'll watch it in just a second. They've developed some kind of
Okay.
They've developed some kind of agreement with the United States. Apparently, this happened in like 1954. Here, I'll just read to you very quickly an overview on it of what goes on there. It's absolutely fascinating.
Is it possible that aliens could be humans, but they use time machine or something like that?
Yeah,
They're from
some could be
past and
from the very distant
they're
future. Absolutely.
something like that?
Yes, that is a possibility. And allegedly, one of the different kinds of aliens that come here and visit us, they're known as the tall whites. They're like Norse-looking people. They are from the very future. They're from the very future.
What you mean?
So if you just type in
Okay. Like Vikings from
Vikings, yes.
Nordic lands.
Yes,
Okay.
but apparently we all are evolving, and eventually we will look like that. We'll be taller with like blue eyes and blonde hair, and that's eventually like
Just like me.
there you go. Eventually, we will advance towards that. So if I just one moment. Please tell me 30 bullet point facts. Please tell me. Share this again. Please tell me. Hello? Can you hear me? Not you. Please tell me. Okay, I'll just have to type it out. Dulce Base.
Maybe it's better. Like
50 bullet points. Okay. So it's located reportedly near Dulce, New Mexico, on the Colorado-New Mexico border. Its purpose is allegedly a research facility. The base is said to house a variety of experiments related to alien technology, human-alien hybrid research, and mind control. It's underground. It's believed to be an underground base spanning multiple levels. The size of the base is rumored to be vast, with some estimates suggesting it extends several miles underground. UFO connection. The base has been linked to UFO sightings and extraterrestrial encounters with claims of alien presence or cooperation. Government involvement. People suggest that the U.S. government has secret agreements with extraterrestrials. Human-alien hybrid research. Some claim that Dulce Base is involved in experiments related to creating human-alien hybrids. Cattle mutilations. The base is often connected with the mysterious cattle mutilations that occurred in the region during the 1970s and 80s. Multiple levels. Alleged whistleblowers claim that the base has 7 or more levels, each dedicated to different types of research. Extraterrestrial species. Some theories suggest that Dulce Base houses multiple extraterrestrial species, including greys and alien and reptilians. Joint operations. Some claim that the base is a joint U.S. military extraterrestrial operation with human workers and alien entities collaborating. Advanced technology. The base is said to house advanced alien technology, including spacecraft, alien weapons, and teleportation devices. Mind control. Mind control experiments, including both humans and aliens, are believed to take place at the base. Dulce Wars. A controversial claim suggests a firefight occurred at the base in the late 1970s between human military personnel and extraterrestrial beings. Security. Dulce Base is said to be heavily guarded with high-tech surveillance, military personnel, and even alien-controlled security systems. So basically, this is another place that's very, very secretive. Okay, so, but let's go. We'll watch right now what's better known, and I mean, I really think it's beneficial to watch the most recent Bob Lazar, Joe Rogan interview, if that's okay. And so I'll put that on.
I'm in.
Okay, excellent, cool. Just one moment. I even have it ready to go because so many people ask me about it. It's like literally right here. I don't even have to. I'm just gonna refresh it, but it's ready to go. In my opinion, this man is a hero. He's an American hero. He's a very gifted nuclear physicist.
So we will watch the whole podcast. I don't have enough time to watch it, you know?
That's okay. Whenever.
So it's like 22 minutes. It's almost 2 a.m.
Thank you very much for doing this. I really appreciate it. I understand
Here's the thing.
that you told the story.
Here's the thing. You watch it until you fall asleep. And then when you awake in the morning or whatever, we'll watch the other part. But basically, you have to have like a good knowledge of what's going on at Area 51 to really get into, okay, well, how do the UFOs work? What he talks about, what they use to propulse or what they use to, like, he talks about element 115, all the stuff we talked about yesterday. So I understand you're like, hey, I don't have that much time. That's fine. Watch what you can, and then we'll watch the rest, whatever you have other time.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Free
That's
many
my
times. You've been grilled
We
many
are talking
times.
about
Very stressful views, so I really appreciate
secretariat.
that. For people who
Okay,
don't know the
China
story,
and
there's a
in
documentary.
Australia.
Jeremy Corbell has a documentary out right now. It's called Bob Lazar, Area 51 and UFOs and Fly Saucers.
Bob Lazar, Area 51 and Fly
Saucers. I first heard your story decades ago. I told you last night when we went out to dinner. I've seen pretty much every interview you've ever given. I've followed the story incredibly closely. But for people who don't know the story, let's give them the bullet points.
used to work at Area 51. And Area 51, God, you
Well, you know, we want to be accurate.
Okay.
Area S4.
S4.
It's
Okay.
about 15 miles south of Area 51.
Okay. You worked in what would you? How would you describe it?
I guess within the Area 51 compound, you can call that a subset of Area 51.
And you got that job. Before that, you were working.
Before that, I had worked at Los Alamos National Labs.
And you were involved in what kind of work?
Nuclear weapon development, physics. I mean, they do everything there.
So how do they approach you?
Oh,
To say, hey, Bob, why don't you come on out to the Nevada desert?
Well, the way this went down was, at that time, it was 1982. I put a jet engine in my Honda, and Los Alamos put it on the front page of paper. So, you know, Los Alamos man, physicist at the lab, you know, built this 200-mile-an-hour Honda jet car that I drove to work every day. So, I was known in Los Alamos as the guy with the weird car, and you know, you could hear it from a mile away. Anyway, the day that came out on the front page of the paper was the day Edward Teller, the father of the hydrogen bomb, was giving a lecture down there at the lab. And we didn't have much going on that day in our group, and I asked if I could go down there. And I went down there early, and Ed Teller was outside, leaning on a brick wall there and reading the front page of the paper. Now, this is a guy out of history, so I introduced myself. Hey, I'm the guy you're reading about there. And we talked for a little while, and it was cool. You know, fast forward to years later, I had moved out to Las Vegas and had, you know, left Los Alamos and, you know, went on to other things. And I wanted to get back into the scientific community. You know, I left to start other businesses and that sort of thing. So I sent resumes out, and one of them went out to Ed Teller and referenced our meeting, you know, back in the day. And anyway, he remembered me and gave me a reference, somebody to contact at EG&G. And that's pretty much how it started.
So you get a phone call or a letter, but what do you get?
Well, I got what did I get? I got a letter initially, and went down for an interview probably a couple times, and it was down at EG&G Special Projects, which was at McCarran Airport at that time out in Las Vegas.
And did they give you any sort of job description of what you were applying for?
They said it was for, I can't remember exactly what they did. This was a long time ago, but I think it was advanced propulsion or something like that. Something relatively generic, and they said it's in a remote area. You know, it's going to be some days on, some days off, and you know, it was kind of not exactly a full-time job, but you might have to be out there for 2 weeks at a time and take 2 weeks off. So it was kind of the work schedule would be kind of broken up.
And did it seem attractive to you, or did it seem weird?
No, it really wasn't weird, because people that work at the test site, anybody that's familiar with the area up there, you know, working at the nuclear test site or at the Tonopah test range north of there, that's typically how things go.
So you had known about it from the scientific community? Because the Area 51 at that time was.
No, they didn't say anything about Area 51.
Okay, so
they just said it was in a remote location, and you just know it was up at the test site.
Right.
So, but there was no mention of Area 51 at that time.
So they've done hundreds of nuclear tests in Nevada. The whole area there's giant chunks of Nevada that people.
Yeah, there's a big piece of Nevada, and it's split up into different areas. There's a nuclear test site. There's Area 51. There's the Tonopah test range north of that. There's little sub areas. There's areas where they test chemical weapons and things like that. So it's all broken up as a gigantic test area.
So take me back to the first day on the job. You accept the job. They take you out there.
Yeah, it's the first day. Really, I didn't really get to see a whole lot. The first day was essentially just paperwork. That's when I flew into Area 51 proper, and I left McCarran Airport and flew what they call the Janet flights. Just, a passenger plane from Las Vegas to Area 51. And it was really just going through a mountain of paperwork that day, from security clearances to, God, it was like 2 or 3 hours of just solid paperwork. And that was really an uneventful first day.
When did things get weird? When did you realize that at what point in time did you say, hey, this is not normal work? Like, this doesn't even seem like it's from this planet.
That, I can't tell you what day that occurred on because so much time has gone by, the days have kind of fused into one, and I can't separate the days.
Was it a slow burn, or was there a moment of recognition?
Well, the first inkling I had was when I came in. There's this facility that is at S4. It's in the side of a mountain. And normally we had pulled in with the bus and gone around the front through a normal double door. This time that I went in, there were hangar doors open. I went into the hangar door, and in the hangar door was the disc flying saucer that I worked on. I saw it sitting there, and we walked by it. It had a little American flag stuck on the side, and I thought, oh my God, this finally explains all the flying saucer stories. This is just an advanced fighter, and this is fucking hilarious.
Right.
So I went by, I slid my hand alongside it. I got reprimanded immediately for touching the thing. And there was a guy, an armed guard, that followed us in and just said, keep your eyes forward and your hands at your side and just walk on the door. So that was the first time I had seen anything that was weird. It was sometime later that I was introduced to my lab partner, Barry, and we had some of the subcomponents of the craft in the lab. And Barry was very anxious to get a new lab partner, so he was very talkative and couldn't wait to show me different things. And it was in the demonstration of the reactor working where it caught my attention to where this is technology that doesn't even exist. So, I mean, that was the first time I knew that this is really something different.
What was it? What was it? What was it about this reactor that made you think that it didn't exist technologically?
Well, it was I actually have to back up because there were some briefings that I read before that certainly gave me the impression that this was going to be a weird job, but this was the first hands-on thing. This was a small reactor about the size of a hemisphere, about the size of a basketball, on a metal plate, and when it was running, it produced a gravitational field.
Apologies to stop this. Just I wanted to make you aware, Aloe. The governor of New Jersey, New Jersey senator called for a limited state of emergency as the drone mystery deepens. So basically, like, there may be a limited state of emergency, which came perhaps from some of the testimony and sightings recently. I just thought that was interesting. That's just happened.
Okay. So now this is something that we can't do. We can't.
I think they know something about it.
Absolutely.
The only way
so they say we shouldn't be concerned. I mean, those people who live in America, of course, but they look like they know something that they won't tell us.
Right. Imagine they said there is reason to be concerned. Everyone would freak out. They'd be like, we're under attack. This is people from another planet attacking us. So they have to say, remain calm.
Or even over nations,
Absolutely.
If they will say those drones are Chinese, the people will panic.
Exactly. 100%.
This is the sign of a war.
Exactly.
War.
Exactly. And people would demand that we go to war with them. They would say, look, I don't want these things flying over my house. They could do anything to me. We have planes and submarines and missiles. Shoot them down. I want them out of here. And the government doesn't have the courage to say, if we did that, they would destroy us. They'd take us all out. So we just have to say, everybody remain calm and just observe, basically. They are not doing us any harm. Which then it's like, well, what are they? Whose are they? And they don't want to get into that. I just thought that was interesting, though.
But there's no machine we can have that turns on that makes gravity.
Absolutely.
Like, you can turn on an electromagnet and it makes a magnetic field. We can't make a gravitational field. Anyway, this device was producing that. And Barry said, almost like he was bragging, go ahead, try and touch the sphere. And I couldn't. It pushed my hands away, just like two light poles of a magnet. So that was.
So like when you take two magnets and try to press them together. And
yeah, you have that.
Each other?
Yeah, kind of cushion feeling, but you can't get them together. The closer you put them, the more they push. But
you felt that physically
with my hand. Yeah. Now there's nothing that does that, and that immediately caught my attention. Going, wow, this is something else.
What was your thought? Like when you felt that, and you knew that there was nothing that you were aware of that could produce.
Then that connected me to the briefings that I read on the first day at S4 was that everything that I had read was apparently accurate.
What were you reading?
I read, it was kind of an overview. This project was to back engineer the alien craft. And specifically, it was to try and back engineer and see if we can duplicate the technology with available material. Now, to do this, they split the project into many different pieces for several reasons. They do this on all classified projects, so nobody has the complete story, but they compartmentalize everything. And we had the power and propulsion system. So what briefings they gave me were like a 1 or 2 page overview of some of the other projects that were going on, in the craft. The only reason they do that is just in case what you're working on is connected intimately in some way that we don't know of to one of the other projects. You have to know their their existence. So everything from metallurgy to weapon potential of the craft. These were all essentially very short briefings, but mine was just power and propulsion, and it made it very clear that what I read was accurate.
So when you're reading that, before you actually saw the reactor, what were your thoughts on what they were describing? If you knew that something like that didn't exist, and they're describing it in the briefings, what did you think you were going to see?
I didn't know at the time. I mean, I was reading, I thought, is this some kind of test?
See if you're crazy?
Well, not to see if I'm crazy, a lot of times they'll take in real high security jobs. I mean, they'll intentionally insert nonsense into them, whether it's to confuse the fact or if for someone was to leak it out, they would carry that information along and know where it came from. So I read through the documents, but I didn't know if this was part of some kind of test or or what, or was it potentially realistic? I mean, I really didn't consider it being all that possible as far as being the actual thing that I was going to work on at the time.
How did they turn it on?
The reactor?
Yeah.
The reactor can be turned on or turned off in a lot of different ways. The way Barry showed me, if the hemisphere is removed, there's a small tower in the middle. When you put the hemisphere on, the reactor activates. The reactor shuts down. It's load sensing. So if there's no load on the reactor at all, it shuts down. When there's a load present on it, it starts up again.
Load meaning?
You can consider it an electrical load. So although it doesn't necessarily operate electrically, there's no wiring that connects any of the subcomponents together whatsoever. They just have to be in the immediate vicinity. The stuff is borderline magic, and that's essentially where we left it, when I left the project.
So there was no progress made?
There was some progress. I mean, we did identify, at least we think, some processes and had a rough idea, we think, of what was going on, but I think this is a problem that they've had for a long time. And, I was replacing somebody that Barry worked with prior to me, and I think there was some horrific accident that I didn't have a whole lot of information on, but Barry alluded to that.
A horrific accident, like where someone died, or
Yeah, where somebody died.
because they were trying to tamper with things or figure out how something worked.
Yeah, the reactor in particular.
But yet he let you touch it.
Yeah, I think what they were trying to do was cut into one.
Oh,
Now they had more than one there, and that was supposedly there was an unannounced nuclear test, and that's what it was. At the time, remember, they were still doing underground nuclear tests at the test site. But from what I understand, according to Barry, there was an attempt made. Now this must have been a pretty desperate attempt because it's not a very scientific process to analyze something that way. But it looked like they used a plasma cutter or something like that to cut into an operating reactor.
How many of these things did they have?
They had nine craft altogether. I only got hands-on with one of them, so I can't really say how the others operated.
Did you see the other ones?
Yeah, at one time, and only one time, the bay doors between the hangars were all open, and I could see all the way through.
And were they all exactly the same?
No, they were all different.
Different shapes?
Yeah.
But they were all from somewhere else?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, did anyone make any attempt to explain or to tell you where they came from?
No one is the least bit interested in letting everybody know all the facts. They want to give you the minimum information that's necessary to complete your task. So you're not getting the story of where they came from. You're not getting the story of how much progress other people are making. You just focus on the small component.
But they gave you some indication that they've been working on these for a while.
Yeah.
When do you think they acquired these?
I really couldn't say. I think they've been around for a while.
So they bring you into this room. You see this reactor working. You realize this is nothing that, as far as like the scientific community at current time, has the ability to create.
We still don't.
What is your life like from that moment on? Is that where everything changes? Because I would imagine the moment you actually make contact with something that's extraterrestrial, whether it's an object or a being, something where you can actually absolutely be certain it's not from here. Your whole paradigm, the whole world you live in, is now a different place.
Well, this is the only time it became exciting. The rest of the time it was really an ominous feeling being at work. But at that time, it was exciting. I mean, and now I knew we were on the absolute beyond the cutting edge of science, and I was so absolutely excited to be there every single time I was. This was a fantastic opportunity, and however, in short order, it began to concern me. We really have no idea what we're talking about, and the excitement kind of turned to dread at some point, because the amount of power we're dealing with is astronomical. I mean, to affect gravity, to produce the effects like this equipment does, takes huge amounts of power. And I've given the example before of, taking a small portable nuclear reactor and, putting it back into Victorian times, with the scientists at the time, and just dropping it in a room. They come and look at it and see that it's producing power and wonder how it works, so they start taking it apart. And as soon as they get some of the shielding off, people are going to drop dead because of the radiation inside. Now, people have no idea that radiation even exists back then, but anybody that comes in to check on them will also drop dead. And, there's no reason that exact scenario couldn't happen with what we're dealing with. We have no idea how the physics operate within this thing. The power levels are, like I said, astronomical. Like, it's incredibly dangerous to tinker with something like that. And, in some respects, we were guinea pigs, just trying to find out how to make this thing.
So they had a series, as far as you surmised, they had a series of different scientists try to back engineer this thing, try to figure out what this thing was, and they would bring in new people and let's throw a bomb at it.
Yeah.
And
I don't know how many, but I knew there was certainly one before me, and I knew he died during the analysis of the reactor itself.
and you don't know how many have worked on it. And no one gave.
This
any
could have been there
indication.
for 50 years. It could have been there for 5 years.
When they're
I
giving you
really don't know.
instructions, what are they saying? Like when they're giving you directions, showing you all this stuff, like what are they saying? What specifically? What are they asking?
Well, essentially, what they asked is what I said. We are just to gather as much information as possible, find out how it operates, and see if we can duplicate it. So,
But they
I
never
was really
told you where it was from. They never let you ask questions about where it's from.
well. If the information I read in the briefings was accurate, now what I do have to say is the information that pertained directly to the reactor was accurate. What I read did jive with reality.
In terms of how?
In terms of how it was made, what we saw, how it operated, the materials, how it turned on, and what was discovered about it. I'm sorry, the migraine is really making it hard for me to think here.
Sorry, no. We talked that before the podcast. You tell everybody Bob was getting a migraine. I know you're very stressed out by this, which is one of the reasons why I appreciate you doing this.
Where was I already?
We were talking about
right, so there was some paperwork that indicated that this was from the Zeta Reticuli star system. Now, how they obtained that, I haven't the slightest idea. But it wasn't just from the Zeta Reticuli star system. It was what they called ZR3. So it was a third planet in that star system. So there was no other information about it other than that's supposedly where the craft came from. Now, is that true? I don't know. I have no way of verifying that. But that was printed in the same materials that referenced the reactor. Now, I looked that stuff up when I went home. And Zeta Reticuli is a binary star. Two stars that orbit one another. And it's only visible in the southern hemisphere, and it's about 30 some odd light years away. So that's literally all the information I have about that. I don't know how they found out it came from there.
And you also probably have some suspicions that they give you some disinformation like you were talking about before.
Yeah.
I mean, if you ever decided to talk about this, they added a bunch of nonsense to make whatever is factual look ridiculous.
Right. Or be able to trace it down. Like, hey, this fax came out.
2 a.m.
Our guy said it had
Peace, man. We'll watch more.
Can you tell me what minute?
Yep, I'm gonna do that right now, and then when you wake up, we'll continue. Just a moment.
You're like, why did I sign up for this?
No, it wouldn't.
We are 21 minutes in.
Okay, thanks, buddy. I will what she said. I will come to talk about this video. Okay.
Excellent.
You show me the further things.
Take care, Aloe.
They will have basics.
Excellent. Sounds good, my friend. And we'll watch other things.
Really sort of work at that principal level.
All right. See ya.
Take care, buddy.
And make the heart murmur. Now, and I'll say one other thing about your sort of talking about what are the special things. The other thing was, it's
Okay. Take care.
to break, use the robot, break them, repair them.
Let me see if I saw your most recent one. Just a moment. Oh, okay. Just one moment. I need to translate some things just so I make sure that I understand what you mean.
Okay.
Okay, just one moment. Let me go through it. Let's see. Um, let me get this thing. From what I understand, you had an important dream some time ago, and basically you woke up and you think it's connected to what's going on in Poland. Just for a moment, I'll continue.
Z tego co rozumiem, miałeś ważny sen jakiś czas temu i w zasadzie obudziłeś się i myślisz, że to jest powiązane z tym, co dzieje się w Polsce? Tylko na chwilę, będę kontynuował.
And you make the claim that essentially World War II isn't over in Poland for many reasons, and I'm probably in agreement with you on that. Especially the Cold War didn't really ever end in Eastern Europe, perhaps militarily, but still agreements go back to World War II.
I twierdzisz, że zasadniczo wojna światowa się nie skończyła. W Polsce z wielu powodów i prawdopodobnie się z tobą zgadzam. Zwłaszcza zimna wojna nigdy się nie skończyła w Europie Wschodniej, być może militarnie. Ale nadal porozumienia. Wróćmy do II wojny światowej.
You told someone about your dream and some significance of the number 1717, and this person showed you disrespect. One moment, I will continue.
Opowiedziałeś komuś o swoim śnie i pewnym znaczeniu liczby 1717 i ta osoba okazała ci brak szacunku przez chwilę. Będę kontynuować.
This is a person who should have gone to prison, and you prayed that he would be released, and they were released the next day without lawyers, and you think that this is wrong. You wanted him to be released, but not in the way that it was done, and perhaps the Polish police were bribed and let him go. Is this correct?
To jest osoba, która powinna trafić do więzienia, a ty modliłeś się, żeby ją wypuścili, a następnego dnia ją wypuścili bez prawników. I uważasz, że to jest złe. Chciałeś, żeby ją wypuścili, ale nie w taki sposób, w jaki to zrobiono, a może polska policja została przekupiona. I pozwoliłeś jej wyjść. Czy to jest poprawne?
I was praying for the lawyers for taking a credit for these lawyers because I don't have a money for that, you know, or I don't have a phone lawyers, and he was the police was driven by this one organization. He is saying that they are Polish people, but these Polish people are using Russian language on 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 that organization is happening in Telegram, and it is a drug shop just, and they are killing the kids. I telling them, hey, if you want to make people more consciousness by taking drugs like dimethyltryptamine, not alpha PVP and placazone, not that, only dimethyltryptamine and verified age your customers because this is a kids they don't know or a video education on a drug system because they can't do that because it's talking about uh, doing photos, taking localizations, and here you are. You have a truck everywhere in Poland, in the Ziemia. Hey, ground, in the ground.
Okay.
Really, really, in the ground.
So there's a lot to unpack here. I think that you may have had an important dream, and that is one thing. Then there's the issue of the manipulation of the Polish government by the Soviet Union, which hasn't stopped, and now Russia. And then there's the final thing of this person who was in prison. There are like three parts to this.
Więc jest tu wiele do rozpakowania. Myślę, że mogłeś mieć ważny sen i to jest jedna rzecz, a potem jest kwestia manipulacji polskiego rządu przez Związek Radziecki, która się nie zatrzymała, a teraz Rosja. A potem jest ostatnia rzecz tej osoby, która była w więzieniu.
I know it's late there. I know that you want to get to sleep. Is there any way that you can stay in the Discord call, just shut off your camera and mute yourself, and just stay? And then when you awake, do your best to remember your dream, and we can talk about it.
Wiem, że jest późno. Wiem, że chcesz iść spać. Czy jest jakiś sposób, żebyś mógł zostać na rozmowie Discord? Po prostu wyłącz kamerę i wycisz się i po prostu zostań, a kiedy się obudzisz, zrób co w twojej mocy. Aby zapamiętać swój sen i możemy o nim porozmawiać.
I don't feel sleepy right now, but I should go to take a listen because I'm not sleeping in the night. I'm sleeping the day, and I'm not leaving the house. Okay, I will stay here with you. I really want. But I don't feel safe in my home with that information I have in my head. That is, I think somebody is looking for me. You know, that is this.
I understand what you're saying. Well, just know that if anything, you have someone here to be a friend. And if you're not tired, you don't have to go to bed now. But just know that you can be here whenever you want, 24 hours a day. And I will do my best to support you. And we will hope that that is enough to be able to keep you safe.
Rozumiem, co mówisz. mówisz, po prostu będziemy wiedzieć, że jeśli cokolwiek, masz tu kogoś, kto będzie twoim przyjacielem, a jeśli nie jesteś zmęczony, nie musisz teraz iść spać. Ale wiedz, że możesz być tu, kiedy tylko chcesz, 24 godziny na dobę, a ja zrobię wszystko, co w mojej mocy, aby cię wesprzeć i mamy nadzieję, że to wystarczy, aby móc.
It's always easier to go through things with a friend. So if you have stress about the situation, I'm here to support you and I can help you in any way needed. But then you're not alone, and hopefully that will make you feel better.
Zawsze łatwiej jest przejść przez to z przyjacielem. Więc jeśli jesteś zestresowany sytuacją, jestem tutaj, aby cię wesprzeć i mogę ci pomóc w każdy potrzebny sposób, ale wtedy nie jesteś sam i mam nadzieję, że to sprawi, że poczujesz się lepiej.
Much better, much better. Thank you, thank you. I will go to make Ulubavu to have a more consciousness dream. I will back here. That is rock, African rock dream.
Okay.
And maybe I will remember today because I want to go meditation. Maybe I will sleep. I should go to afternoon.
Absolutely. Sleep is important. And it will be relieving to yourself to know that someone's here with you if you need to talk to someone, and that you are not going through this alone, that you have friends.
Sen jest bardzo ważny i bardzo uspokajająca będzie świadomość, że ktoś jest przy tobie, jeśli będziesz potrzebować z kimś porozmawiać, a także świadomość, że nie przechodzisz przez to sam, że masz przyjaciół.
Thank you. I like it. I should say it.
You should. And just know that I'm here to support you. So if I had any advice to you when you go to sleep tonight, I wear a sleep mask, and I think that's important. You can just wrap a cloth around your eyes if you need, so that it is as dark as possible, so you get the best rest possible. And sometimes listening to calming music or something relaxing helps as well.
Powinieneś i po prostu wiedz, że jestem tutaj, aby cię wesprzeć. Więc jeśli miałbym ci coś poradzić, kiedy idziesz spać dziś wieczorem, zakładam maskę do spania i uważam, że to ważne. Możesz po prostu owinąć oczy szmatką, jeśli potrzebujesz, aby było tak ciemno, jak to możliwe. Więc uzyskasz najlepszy możliwy odpoczynek, a czasem słuchanie uspokajającej muzyki lub czegoś takiego. Relaks również pomaga.
If anything, when you awake, you'll know that someone's here and that you can talk to them whenever you want. You just open your mic or turn on the camera or whatever you're comfortable with when you're ready. And I'm here to support you. But it's like we have a connection halfway around the world, and you know that you have someone who cares about you all the time.
Jeśli cokolwiek, kiedy się obudzisz, będziesz wiedział, że ktoś tu jest i że możesz z nim porozmawiać, kiedy tylko chcesz, po prostu włącz mikrofon lub kamerę, cokolwiek, z czym czujesz się komfortowo, kiedy będziesz gotowy, a ja jestem tutaj, aby cię wesprzeć, ale jest tak, jakbyśmy mieli połączenie po drugiej stronie świata i wiesz, że masz kogoś, kto cały czas się o ciebie troszczy.
Excellent.
Thank you, my friend. I'm carrying a ball with you.
Excellent. So you do whatever you do to get ready for bed, and we just have a connection here. And if you ever want to talk, or you wake up in the middle of the night and want to talk, I'm here. But I think you will sleep better knowing that you have a connection to someone and they are looking out for your well-being. And if you need to talk, I'm always here.
Świetnie, więc robisz, co robisz, żeby przygotować się do snu, a my po prostu mamy tu połączenie. A jeśli kiedykolwiek będziesz chciał porozmawiać, albo obudzisz się w środku nocy i będziesz chciał porozmawiać? Jestem tutaj, ale myślę, że będziesz lepiej spał wiedząc, że masz połączenie z kimś, kto dba o twoje dobre samopoczucie. A jeśli będziesz potrzebował porozmawiać, zawsze jestem tutaj.
Thank you. You are my friend, and this guy who was here is my friend, and I meet him one day before I meet you. I don't have more friends because I cut off from toxic friends who take the drugs and do nothing in life, and I feel my I will say you.
I really like your friend, so I'm glad you brought him into my life as well. He's a very smart person and very knowledgeable and a lover of knowledge, and he and I get along very well. I like him a lot.
Naprawdę lubię twojego przyjaciela. Cieszę się, że wprowadziłeś go również do mojego życia. Jest bardzo mądrą osobą, bardzo dobrze zorientowaną i kochającą wiedzę, a my dogadujemy się bardzo dobrze. Bardzo go lubię.
So nice, so happy.
Excellent. Well, you get comfortable and relax and get ready for bed. And just know if you need me, I'm here. I'll be doing what I do during the day. And then you just should know that I only want good things for you and I want you to feel safe. And if you need anything, I'm here for you.
To jest plus, możesz się wygodnie rozgościć, zrelaksować i przygotować się do snu. I po prostu wiedz, że jeśli mnie potrzebujesz, jestem tutaj, będę robić to, co robię w ciągu dnia. I po prostu powinieneś to wiedzieć. Chcę tylko dobrych rzeczy dla ciebie i chcę, żebyś czuł się bezpiecznie. A jeśli czegoś potrzebujesz, jestem tutaj dla ciebie.
So thank you so much.
Absolutely. Sweet dreams to you. If you need anything, I'm here for you. And enjoy your sleep.
Absolutnie słodkich snów dla ciebie. Jeśli czegoś potrzebujesz, jestem tutaj dla ciebie i życzę ci miłego snu.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Fix and repeat. Test, fix and repeat. And that's also a core principle that has become part of the company. And it lets you be fearless in your work. Too often, if you are working with a very expensive robot, maybe one that you bought from somebody else or that you don't know how to fix, then you treat it with kid gloves and you can't actually make progress. You have to be able to break something. And so I think that's been a principle as well.
So just to linger on that, psychologically, how do you deal with that? Because I remember I built a RC car with some had some custom stuff like compute on it, on like cameras, and because I didn't sleep much, the code I wrote had an issue where it didn't stop the car, and then the car got confused and at full speed at like 20, 25 miles an hour slammed into a wall. And I just remember sitting there alone in a deep sadness, sort of full of regret, I think, almost anger, but also like sadness because you think about, well, these robots, especially for autonomous vehicles, like you should be taking safety very seriously, even in these kinds of things. It's just no good feelings. It made me more afraid probably to do this kind of experiments in the future. Perhaps the right way to have seen that is positively. Like it's too.
It depends if you could have built that car or just gotten it done, right? That would have been the approach. I remember when I got to grad school, I got some training about operating a lathe and a mill up at the machine shop, and I could start to make my own parts. And I remember breaking some piece of equipment in the lab, and then realizing, because maybe this was a unique part and I couldn't go buy it, and I realized, I can just go make it. That was an enabling feeling. Then you're not afraid. It might take time. It might take more work than you thought it was going to be required to get this thing done. But you could just go make it. And that's free in a way that nothing else is.
You mentioned that you got control the dynamics. Sorry for the romantic question, but is in the early days and even now, is the dynamics probably more appropriate for the early days? Is it more art or science?
There's a lot of science around it, and trying to develop, scientific principles that let you extrapolate from like one-legged machine to another. Develop a core set of principles like a spring mass bouncing system, and then figure out how to apply that from a one-legged machine to a two or a four-legged machine. Those principles are really important, and were definitely a core part of our work. There's also, when we started to pursue humanoid robots, there was so much complexity in that machine that, one of the benefits of the humanoid form is you have some intuition about how it should look while it's moving. And that's a little bit of an art, I think. Now it's or maybe it's just tapping into a knowledge that you have deep in your body and then trying to express that in the machine. But that's an intuition that's a little bit more on the art side. Maybe it predates your knowledge. Before you have the knowledge of how to control it, you try to work through the art channel. And humanoids sort of make that available. If it had been a different shape, maybe you wouldn't have had the same intuition about it.
Yeah, so your knowledge about moving through the world is not made explicit to you. So that's why it's art.
And it might be hard to actually articulate exactly. There's something about, and being a competitive athlete, there's something about seeing movement. A coach, one of the greatest strengths a coach has is being able to see, some little change in what the athlete is doing, and then being able to articulate that to the athlete, and then maybe even trying to say, and you should try to feel this. So there's something just in seeing, and again, sometimes it's hard to articulate what it is you're seeing, but there's just perceiving the motion at a rate that is, again, sometimes hard to put into words.
Yeah, I wonder how it is possible to achieve such truly elegant movement. You have a movie like Ex Machina. I'm not sure if you've seen it, but the main actress in that, who plays the AI robot, I think is a ballerina. I mean, just the natural, the elegance and the, eloquence of movement. It's it looks efficient and easy and just it looks right.
It looks right is sort of the key. Yeah.
And then you look at especially early robots. I mean, they're so cautious in the way they move that it's not the caution that looks wrong. It's something about the movement that looks wrong. It feels like it's very inefficient, unnecessarily so, and it's hard to put that into words. Exactly.
We think, and part of the reason why people are attracted to the machines we build is because the inherent dynamics of movement are closer to right. Because we try to use walking gaits, or we build a machine around this gate, or you're trying to work with the dynamics of the machine instead of to stop them. In some of the early walking machines, you're really trying hard to not let them fall over, and so you're always stopping the tipping motion, And sort of the insight of dynamic stability in a legged machine is to go with it, let the tipping happen, let yourself fall, but then catch yourself with that next foot. And there's something about getting those physics to be expressed in the machine that people interpret as lifelike or elegant or just natural. And so I think if you get the physics right, it also ends up being more efficient, likely. There's a benefit that it probably ends up being more stable in the long run. It could walk stably over a wider range of conditions. And it's so beautiful.
So how hard is it to get the humanoid robot Atlas to do some of the things it's recently been doing? Let's forget the push and all of that. Let's just look at the running. Maybe you can correct me, but there's something about running. I mean, that's not careful at all. You're falling forward. you're jumping forward and then falling. So how high did you get that right?
I think we needed to deliver natural looking walk. They took a contract from the Army. They wanted a robot that could walk naturally. They wanted to put a suit on the robot and be able to test it in a gas environment. And so they wanted motion to be natural. And so our goal was a natural looking gate. It was surprisingly hard to get that to work. But we did build an early machine. We called it Batman Prototype. It was the prototype before the Batman robot. And it had a really nice looking gate where it would stick the leg out, it would do heel strike first before it rolled onto the toe, so you didn't land with a flat foot. You extended your leg a little bit. But even then, it was hard to get the robot to walk where when you were walking, it fully extended its legs and essentially landed on it. You watch closely how you walk, you probably land on an extended leg and you immediately flex your knee as you start to make that contact. And getting that all to work well took such a long time. In fact, I probably didn't really see the nice natural walking that I expected out of our humanoid until maybe last year. And the team was developing on our newer generation of Atlas, some new techniques for developing a walking control algorithm. And they got that natural looking motion as sort of a byproduct of just a different process they were applying to developing the control. So that probably took 15 years, 10 to 15 years to sort of get that from the Batman prototype was probably in 2008. What was it, 2022? Last year, good walking.
If you could just linger on there, what are some challenges of getting good walking? So is it partially a hardware actuator problem? Is it the control? Is it the artistic element of just observing the whole system operating in different conditions together? And is there some kind of interesting quirks or challenges you can speak to, like the heel strike?
Yeah, so one of the things that makes this straight leg a challenge is you're sort of up against a singularity, a mathematical singularity, where when your leg is fully extended, it can't go further the other direction, right? You can only move in one direction. And that makes all of the calculations around how to produce torques of that joint with positions makes it more complicated. And so having all the mathematics so it can deal with these singular configurations is one of many challenges that we face. And I'd say in those earlier days, again, we were working with these really simplified models. So we're trying to boil all the physics of the complex human body into a simpler subsystem that we can more easily describe in mathematics. And sometimes those simpler subsystems don't have all of that complexity of the straight leg built into them. And so what's happened more recently is we're able to apply techniques that we let us take the full physics of robot into account and deal with some of those strange situations like the straight leg.
So is there a fundamental challenge here that is, maybe you can correct me, but is it under-actuated? Are you falling?
Under-actuated is the right word, right? You can't push the robot in any direction you want it to go, right? And so that is one of the hard problems of leg-and locomotion.
And you have to do that for natural movement.
It's not necessarily required for natural movement. It's just required, we don't have, a gravity force that you can hook yourself onto to apply an external force in the direction you want at all times, right? The only external forces are being mediated through your feet, and how they get mediated depends on how you place your feet. And, you can't just, God's hand can't reach down and push in any direction you want.
Is there some extra challenge to the fact that Alice is such a big robot?
There is. The humanoid form is attractive in many ways, but it's also a challenge in many ways. You have this big upper body that has a lot of mass and inertia, and throwing that inertia around increases the complexity of maintaining balance. And as soon as you pick up something heavy in your arms, made that promise even harder. And so in the early work, in the leg lab and in the early days at the company, we were pursuing these quadruped robots, which had a kind of built-in simplification. You had the big rigid body and really light legs. So when you swing the leg motion didn't impact the body motion very much. All the mass and inertia is in the body. But when you have the humanoid, that doesn't work. You have big, heavy legs. You swing the legs, it affects everything else. And so dealing with all of that interaction does make the humanoid a much more complicated life.
And I also saw that at least recently, you're doing more explicit modeling of the stuff you pick up.
Yeah.
Which is very, really interesting. So you have to, model the shape, the weight distribution. I don't know, you have to, include that as part of the modeling, as part of the planning. Because, so for people who don't know, so Atlas, at least in a recent video, throws a heavy bag. Throws a bunch of stuff. So what's involved in picking up a thing, a heavy thing, and when that thing is a bunch of different non-standard things, I think it's also picked up with a barbell. And to be able to throw it in some cases, what are some interesting challenges there?
So we were definitely trying to show that the robot and the techniques we're applying to the robot, to Atlas, let us deal with heavy things in the world. Because if the robot's going to be useful, it's actually got to move stuff around. Yeah. And that needs to be significant stuff. That's an appreciable portion of the body weight of the robot. And we also think this differentiates us from the other humanoid robot activities that you're seeing out there. Mostly they're not pushing stuff out there. And not heavy stuff anyway. But just like you or me, you need to anticipate that moment. You're reaching out to pick something up, and as soon as you pick it up, your center of mass is going to shift. And if you're going to, turn in a circle, you have to take that inertia into account. And if you're going to throw a thing, you've got all of that has to be sort of included in the model of what you're trying to do. So the robot needs to have some idea or expectation of what that weight is, and then sort of think a couple of seconds ahead. How do I manage my body plus this big heavy thing together to get and still maintain balance, right? And so that's a big change for us, and I think the tools we've built are really allowing that to happen quickly now. Some of those motions that you saw in that most recent video, we were able to create in a matter of days. It used to be it took 6 months to do anything new, on a robot, and now we're starting to develop the tools to let us do that in a matter of days. And so we think that's really exciting. It means that the ability to create new behaviors for the robot is going to be
so being able to explicitly model new things that it might need to pick up, new types of things.
And to some degree, you don't want to have to pay too much attention to each specific thing, right? There's sort of a generalization. Obviously, when you grab a thing, you have to conform your hand, your end effector, to the surface of that shape. But once it's in your hand, it's probably just the mass and inertia that matter, and the shape may not be as important. Yes. And so, in some ways, you want to pay attention to that detailed shape. In others, you want to generalize it and say, all I really care about is the center of mass of this thing, especially if I'm going to throw it up on that scaffolding.
And it's easier if the body is rigid. What if there's some, doesn't it throw like a sandbag type thing?
That fluid bag, have loose stuff in it. So it advantage that. There are harder things that we haven't done yet. We could have had a big jointed thing or, I don't know, a bunch of loose wire or rope.
What about carrying another robot?
Is this how to lose a guy in 10 days?
Yeah, we haven't done that yet. I think we did a little bit of that. We did a little skit around Christmas where we had 2 spots holding up another spot and was trying to put, a bow on a tree. So I guess we're doing that in a small way.
Okay, that's pretty good. Let me ask you all important question. Do you know how much Alex can throw? Have you? I mean, this for us humans, that's really one of the most fundamental questions you could ask another human being. Bench,
It probably can't curl as much as we can yet, but a metric that I think is interesting is another way of looking at that strength is the box jump. So how high of a box can you jump onto? Question. And Alice, I don't know the exact height. It was probably a meter high or something like that. It was a pretty tall jump that Alice was able to manage when we last tried to do this. And I have video of my chief technical officer doing the same jump, and he really struggled. But he was getting all the way on top of this box. But then Atlas was able to do it. We're now thinking about the next generation of Atlas, and we're probably going to be in the realm of a person can't do it. With the next generation, the robots, the actuators are going to get stronger. Where it really is the case. At least some of these joints, some of these motions will be stronger.
And to understand how high to jump, you probably have to do quite a bit of testing.
Oh yeah, and there's lots of videos of it trying and failing, and that's all. Yeah, we don't always release those videos, but they're a lot of fun to look at.
So we'll talk a little bit about that. But can you talk to the jumping? You talked about the walking, and it took a long time, many years to get the walking to be natural. But there's also really natural looking, robust, resilient jumping. How hard is it to do the jumping?
Well, again, this stuff has really evolved rapidly in the last few years. The first time we did a somersault, there was a lot of kind of manual iteration. What is this trajectory? How hard do you throw it? In fact, in these early days, I actually would, when I'd see early experiments the team was doing, I might make suggestions about how to change the technique. Again, kind of borrow it from my own intuition about how backwards work.
Messy.
So in the early days, you had to iterate kind of almost a manual way, trying to change these trajectories of the arms and the legs to try to get a successful backflip to happen. But more recently, we're running these model predictive control techniques where the robot essentially can think in advance for the next second or two about how its motion is going to transpire. And you can solve for optimal trajectories to get from A to B. So this is happening in a much more natural way, and we're really seeing an acceleration happen in the development of these behaviors. Again, partly due to these optimization techniques, sometimes learning techniques. So it's hard in that there's a lot of mathematics and behind it, but we're figuring that out.
So you can do model predictive control for. I don't even understand what that looks like when the entire robot is in the air, flying and doing a back.
Yeah, well, but that's the cool part, right? So the physics we can calculate physics pretty well using Newton's laws about how it's going to evolve over time. And the sick trick, which was a front somersault with a half twist, is a good example, right? You saw the robot on various versions of that trick. I've seen it land in different configurations, and it still manages to stabilize itself. And so, what this model predictive control means is, again, in real time, the robot is projecting ahead, a second into the future, and sort of exploring options. And if I move my arm a little bit more this way, how is that going to affect the outcome? And so it can do these calculations, many of them, and basically solve for, given where I am now, maybe I took off a little bit screwy from how I had planned, I can adjust.
So you're adjusting in the air.
Adjust on the fly. So the model predictive control lets you adjust on the fly. And of course, I think this is what people adapt as well. When we do it, even in gymnastics, right, we try to set it up so it's close to the same every time. But we figured out how to do some adjustment on the fly. And now we're starting to figure out that the robots can do this adjustment on the fly as well, using these techniques.
In the air. It's so, it just feels, from a robotics perspective, just surreal.
Well, that's sort of, you talked about under actuated, right? So when you're in the air, there's some things you can't change, right? You can't change the momentum while it's in the air because you can't apply an external force or torque. So the momentum isn't going to change. So how do you work within the constraint of that fixed momentum to still get from A to B, where you want to be?
That's really unpressured. We're in the air. I mean, you become a drone for a brief moment. No, you're not even a drone because you can't hover. You can't hover.
You're going to impact soon. Be ready.
Yeah. Are you considered like a hover type thing? No, it's too much weight. I mean, it's just incredible. It's just even to have the guts to try a backflip with such a large body. That's wild. What like?
Well, we definitely broke a few robots. but that's where the build it, break it, fix it, strategy comes in. You got to be willing to break. And what ends up happening is you end up, by breaking the robot repeatedly, you find the weak points, and then you end up redesigning it so it doesn't break so easily.
Through the breaking process, you learn a lot of lessons, and you keep improving not just how to make the backflip work, but everything,
and how to build the machine better. Yeah.
I mean, is there something about just the guts to come up with an idea of saying, you know what, let's try and take you to a backflip?
Well, I think the courage to do a backflip in the first place, and to not worry too much about the ridicule of somebody saying, why the heck are you doing backflips with a robot? Because a lot of people have asked that. Why are you doing this?
Why go to the moon this decade and do the other things, JFK? Not because it's easy, because it's hard.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't ask questions. Okay, so the jumping, I mean, there's a lot of incredible stuff. If we can just rewind a little bit to the DARPA Robotics Challenge in 2015, I think, which was, for people who are familiar with the DARPA challenges, it was first with autonomous vehicles, and there's a lot of interesting challenges around that. And the DARPA Robotics Challenge is when humanoid robots were tasked to do all kinds of manipulation, walking, driving a car, all these kinds of challenges with, if I remember correctly, sort of some slight capability to communicate with humans, but the communication was very poor. So basically it has to be almost entirely autonomous.
They could have periods where the communication was entirely interrupted and the robot had to be able to proceed. Yeah. But you could provide some high-level guidance to the robot, basically low bandwidth communications.
Yeah. I watched that challenge with kind of tears in my eyes, eating popcorn. Well, I wasn't personally losing, hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars, and many years of incredible hard work by some of the most brilliant roboticists in the world. That was why the tragic, that's why the tears came. So anyway, what have you, just looking back to that time, what did you learn from that experience? Maybe if you could describe what it was, sort of set up for people who haven't seen it.
Well, so there was a contest where a bunch of different robots were asked to do a series of tasks, some of those that you mentioned: drive a vehicle, get out, open a door, go identify a valve, shut a valve, use a tool to maybe cut a hole in a surface, and then crawl over some stairs and maybe some rough terrain. So the idea was to have a general purpose robot that could do lots of different things. It had to be mobility and manipulation, onboard perception. And there was a contest, which DARPA at the time was running, sort of follow on to the grand challenge, which was let's try to push vehicle autonomy along, right? They encourage people to build autonomous cars. So they're trying to basically push an industry forward. And we were asked, our role in this was to build a humanoid. At the time, it was our sort of first generation Atlas robot. And we built maybe 10 of them. I don't remember the exact number. And DARPA distributed those to various teams that sort of won a contest, showed that they could program these robots, and then use them to compete against each other. And then other robots were introduced as well. Some teams built their own robots. Carnegie Mellon, for example, built their own robot. And all these robots competed to see who could sort of get through this maze the fastest. And again, I think the purpose was to kind of push the whole industry forward. We provided the robot and some baseline software, but we didn't actually compete as a participant, where we were trying to drive the robot through this maze. We were just trying to support the other teams. It was humbling because it was really a hard task, and honestly, the tears were because mostly the robots didn't do it. They fell down, repeatedly. It was hard to get through this contest. Some did, and they were rewarded and won. But it was humbling because of just how hard these tests weren't all that hard. A person could have done it very easily, but it was really hard to get the robots.
What is the general nature of it, the variety of it,
the variety,
and also that I don't know if the tasks were sort of the tasks in themselves help us understand what is difficult and what is not. I don't know if that was obvious before the contest was designed. So you kind of tried to figure that out. And I think Atlas is really a general robot platform, and it's perhaps not best suited for the specific tasks of that contest. Like for example, probably the hardest task is not the driving of the car, but getting in and out of the car. And Atlas probably, if you were to design a robot that can get into the car easily and get out easily, you probably would not make Atlas that particular car.
The robot was a little bit big to get in and out of that car.
Right, it doesn't fit.
This is the curse of a general purpose robot, that they're not perfect at any one thing, but they might be able to do a wide variety of things. And that is the goal at the end of the day. I think we all want to build general purpose robots that can be used for lots of different activities, but it's hard. And the wisdom in building successful robots up until this point have been, go build a robot for a specific task and it'll do it very well. And as long as you control that environment, it'll operate perfectly. But robots need to be able to deal with uncertainty. If they're going to be useful to us in the future, they need to be able to deal with unexpected situations. And that's sort of the goal of a general purpose or multi-purpose robot. And that's just darn hard. So there's these curious little failures. Like I remember a robot, the first time you start to try to push on the world with a robot, you forget that the world pushes back and will push you over if you're not ready for it. And the robot, reached to grab the door handle. I think it missed the grasp of the door handle. It was expecting that its hand was on the door handle, and so when it tried to turn the knob, it just threw itself over. It didn't realize, I had missed the door handle. I was expecting a force back from the door. It wasn't there. And then I lost my balance. So these little simple things that you and I would take totally for granted to deal with, the robots don't know how to deal with them. And so you have to start to deal with all of those circumstances.
Well, I think a lot of us experience this in, even when sober, but drunk too. Sort of, you pick up a thing and expect it to be, heavy, and it turns out to be light.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And then, so the same, I'm sure if your depth perception, for whatever reason, is screwed up, if you're drunk or some other reason, and then you think you're putting your hand on the table, you miss it. I mean, it's the same kind of situation. But
there's why you need to be able to predict forward just a little bit. And so that's where this model predictive control stuff comes in. Predict forward what you think is going to happen. And then if that does happen, you're in good shape. If something else happens, you better start predicting again.
So regenerate a plan.
Yeah.
When you don't. I mean, that also requires a very fast feedback loop of updating with your prediction, how it matches to the actual real world.
Yeah, those things have to run pretty quickly.
What's the challenge of running things pretty quickly? 1,000 hertz of acting and sensing quickly.
There's a few different layers of that. You want at the lowest level, you like to run things typically at around 1,000 hertz, which means that at each joint of the robot, you're measuring position or force, and then trying to control your actuator, whether it's hydraulic or electric motor, trying to control the force coming out of that actuator. And you want to do that really fast. Something like 1,000 hertz parts, and that means you can't have too much calculation going on at that joint. But that's pretty manageable these days, and it's fairly common. And then there's another layer that you're probably calculating, maybe at 100 hertz, maybe 10 times slower, which is now starting to look at the overall body motion and thinking about the larger physics of the robot. And then there's yet another loop that's probably happening a little bit slower, which is where you start to bring, your perception and your vision and things like that. And so you need to run all of these loops sort of simultaneously. You do have to manage your computer time so that you can squeeze in all the calculations you need in real time in a very consistent way. And the amount of calculation we can do is increasing as computers get better, which means we can start to do more sophisticated calculations. I can have a more complex model doing my forward prediction, and that might allow me to do even better predictions as I get better and better. And it used to be, again, we had, 10 years ago, we had to have pretty simple models that we were running, at those fast rates, because the computers weren't as capable about calculating forward with a sophisticated model. But as computation gets better, we can do more of that.
What about the actual pipeline of software engineering? How easy it is to keep updating Atlas, like the continuous development on it? So how many computers are on there? Is there a nice pipeline?
It's an important part of building a team around it, which means, you need to also have software tools, simulation tools, so we have always made strong use of physics-based simulation tools to do some of this calculation, basically test it in simulation before you put it on the robot. But you also want the same code that you're running in simulation to be the same code you're running on the hardware. And so even getting to the point where it was the same code going from one to the other, we probably didn't really get that working until, several years ago. But that was a bit of a milestone. So you want to certainly work these pipelines so that you can make it as easy as possible and have a bunch of people working in parallel, especially when we only have, 4 of the Atlas robots, the modern Atlas robots at the company. And, we probably have, 40 developers there all trying to gain access to it. And so you need to share resources and use some of the software pipeline.
Well, that's a really exciting step to be able to run the exact same code and simulation as on the actual robot. How hard is it to do realistic simulation, physics-based simulation of Atlas, such that, the dream is like, if it works in simulation, it works perfectly in reality. How hard is it to sort of keep working on closing that gap?
The root of some of our physics-based simulation tools really started at MIT, and we built some good physics-based modeling tools there. The early days of the company, we were trying to develop those tools as a commercial product, so we continued to develop them. It wasn't a particularly successful commercial product, but we ended up with some nice physics-based simulation tools so that when we started doing Legged robotics again, we had a really nice tool to work with. And the things we paid attention to were things that weren't necessarily handled very well in the commercial tools you could buy off the shelf, like interaction with the world, like foot-ground contact. So trying to model those contact events well in a way that captured the important parts of the interaction was a really important element to get right, and to also do in a way that was computationally feasible. It could run fast, because if your simulation runs too slow, then your developers are sitting around waiting for stuff to run and compile. So it's always about efficient, fast operation as well. So that's been a big part of it. I think developing those tools in parallel to the development of the platform, trying to scale them, has really been essential, I'd say, to us being able to assemble a team of people that can do this.
Yeah, how to simulate contact, period. So foot-ground contact, but for manipulation. Because don't you want to model all kinds of surfaces?
Yeah, so it will be even more complex with manipulation, because there's a lot more going on. you know, and you need to capture, I don't know, things slipping and moving, you know, in your hand. Um, it's a level of complexity that I think goes above foot ground contact when you really start doing dexterous manipulation. So there's challenges ahead still.
So how far are we away from me being able to walk with Atlas in the sand along the beach and us both drinking a beer? Yeah, out of a can.
Maybe Atlas could spill his beer because he's got nowhere to put it. Atlas could walk on the sand.
So can it?
Yeah, I mean, you know, have we really had him out on the beach? Yeah, we take them outside often. You know, rocks, hills, that sort of thing. Even we surround our lab in Waltham. We probably haven't been on the sand, but I don't doubt that we could deal with it. We might have to spend a little bit of time to sort of make that work. But we did take we had to take Big Dog to Thailand years ago, and we did this great video of the robot walking in the sand, walking into the ocean, up to, I don't know, its belly or something like that, and then turning around and walking out, all while playing some cool beach music.
Yeah.
Great show, but then, yeah, we didn't really clean the robot off. The salt water was really hard on it. So we put it in a box, shipped it back. By the time it came back, we had some problems with corrosion.
So it's salt water. It's not like salt stuff. It's not like sand getting into the components like this. But I'm sure if this is a big priority, you can make it like waterproof.
Right. That just wasn't our goal at the time.
Well, it's a personal goal, mine to it. Walk along the beach. But it's a human problem too. Get sand everywhere. It's a jam mess. So soft surfaces are okay. So I mean, can we just linger on the robotics challenge? There's a pile of like rubble they had to walk over. How difficult is that task?
In the early days of developing Big Dog, the loose rock was the epitome of the hard walking surface because you step down into the rock and you have these little point feet on the robot, and the rock can roll, and then you have to deal with that last minute, you know, change in your foot placement.
Yeah, so you step on the thing and that thing responds to you stepping on it.
Yeah, and it moves where you're putting support. And so it's really that became kind of the essence of the test. And so that was the beginning of us starting to build rock piles in our parking lots, and we would actually build boxes full of rocks and bring them into the lab, and then we would have the robots walking across these boxes of rocks because that became the essential test.
So you mentioned Big Dog. Can we maybe take a stroll through the history of Boston Dynamics? So what and who's Big Dog? By the way, is who? Do you try not to anthropomorphize the robots? Do you try to remember that they're... This is like the division I have, because for me, it's impossible. For me, there's a magic to the being that is a robot. It is not human, but it is the same magic that a living being has when it moves about the world. It's there in the robot. So I don't know what question I'm asking, but should I say what or who, I guess? Who is Big Dog? What is Big Dog?
Well, I'll say, to address the meta question, we don't try to draw hard lines around it being an it or a him or a her. It's okay, right? People, I think part of the magic of these kinds of machines is by nature of their organic movement, of their dynamics. We tend to want to identify with them. We tend to look at them and sort of attribute maybe feeling to that because we've always seen things that move like this that were alive. And so this is an opportunity. It means that you could have a feelings for a machine. And people have feelings for their cars. You know, they get attracted to them, attached to them. So that's inherently could be a good thing as long as we manage what that interaction is. So we don't put strong boundaries around this and ultimately think it's a benefit, but it's also could be a bit of a curse because I think people look at these machines and they attribute a level of intelligence that the machines don't have. Why? Because again, they've seen things move
try to acknowledge that the anthropomorphization is there, and try to, first of all, acknowledge it's there, and have a little fun with it.
You know, our most recent video, it's just kind of fun, you know, to look at the robot. We started off the video with Atlas, kind of looking around for where the bag of tools was, because the guy up on the scaffolding says, "Send me some tools." Atlas has to kind of look around, see where they are, and there's a little personality there. That is fun. It's entertaining. It makes our jobs interesting, and I think in the long run can enhance interaction between humans and robots in a way that isn't available to machines that don't.
This is something to me personally is very interesting. I happen to have a lot of legged robots. I hope to have a lot of spots in my possession. I'm interested in celebrating robotics and celebrating companies, and I also don't want to companies that do incredible stuff like Boston Dynamics. And there's I'm a little crazy, and you say you don't want to. You want to align. You want to help the company, because I ultimately want a company like Boston Dynamics to succeed. And part of that we talk about, success kind of requires making money. And so the kind of stuff I'm particularly interested in may not be the thing that makes money in the short term. I can make an argument that it will in the long term. But the kind of stuff I've been playing with is a robust way of having the quadrupeds, the robot dogs, communicate emotion with their body movement. The same kind of stuff you do with a dog, but not hard coded, but in a robust way, and be able to communicate excitement or fear, boredom, all this kind of stuff. And I think as a base layer of function of behavior to add on top of a robot, I think that's a pretty powerful way to make the robot more usable for humans, for whatever application.
It's going to be really important. And it's a thing we're beginning to pay attention to. We really want to start, a differentiator for the company has always been, we really want the robot to work. We want it to be useful. Making it work at first meant the legged locomotion really works. It can really get around and it doesn't fall down. But beyond that, now it needs to be a useful tool, and our customers are, for example, factory owners, people who are running a process manufacturing facility. And the robot needs to be able to get through this complex facility in a reliable way, taking measurements. We need the people who are operating those robots to understand what the robots are doing. If the robot needs help or is in trouble or something, it needs to be able to communicate. And a physical indication of some sort, so that a person looks at the robot and goes, "Oh, I know what that robot's doing. The robot's going to go take measurements of my vacuum pump with its thermal camera." You want to be able to indicate that. Or even just the robot's about to turn, in front of you. It can maybe indicate that it's going to turn, and so you sort of see and can anticipate its motion. So this kind of communication is going to become more and more important. It wasn't sort of our starting point, but now that the robots are really out in the world, and we have about 1,000 of them out with customers right now, this layer of physical indication, I think, is going to become more and more important.
We'll talk about where it goes, because there's a lot of interesting possibilities, but it's going to return back to the origins of Boston Dynamics with the more research, the R&D side, before we talk about how to build robots at scale. So Big Dog.
So the company started in 1992, and in probably 2003, I believe, is when we took a contract from so basically 10 years, 11 years. We weren't doing robotics. We did a little bit of robotics with Sony. They had Ivo, their Ivo robot. We were developing some software for that. That kind of got us a little bit involved with robotics again. Then there's this opportunity to do a DARPA contract where they wanted to build a robot dog.
And we won a contract to build that, and so that was the genesis of Big Dog. And it was a quadruped. It was the first time we built a robot that had everything on board. You could actually take the robot out into the wild and operate it. So it had an onboard power plant, it had onboard computers, it had hydraulic actuators that needed to be cooled, so we had cooling systems built in. Everything integrated into the robot, and that was a pretty rough start, right? It was 10 years that we were not a robotics company, we were a simulation company, and then we had to build a robot in about a year. So that was a little bit of a rough transition.
I mean, well, can you just comment on the roughness of that transition? Because Big Dog, I mean, it's this big quadruped, 4 legs robot.
We built a few different versions of it. But the first one, the very earliest ones, didn't work very well. We would take them out, and it was hard to get, a go-kart engine driving a hydraulic power. And having that all work while trying to get, the robot to stabilize itself.
So what was the power plant? What was the engine? It seemed like my vague recollection. I don't know. It felt very loud and aggressive and kind of thrown together.
Oh, it absolutely was, right? We weren't trying to design the best robot hardware at the time. And we wanted to buy an off-the-shelf engine. And so many of the early versions of Big Dog had literally go-kart engines or something like that. Usually it has like a gas-powered 2-stroke engine. And the reason why it was 2-stroke is 2-stroke engines are lighter weight. But they're also, and we generally didn't put buffers on them because we're trying to save the weight. We didn't care about the noise. But some of these things were horribly loud. But we're trying to manage weight because managing weight in a legged robot is always important because it has to carry everything.
That thing was big. I've seen the videos.
Yeah, I mean, the early versions, stood about, belly high, chest high. They probably weighed maybe a couple of 100 pounds. But, over the course of probably 5 years, we were able to get that robot to really manage a remarkable level of rough terrain. So, we started out with just walking on a flat, and then we started walking on rocks, and then inclines, and then mud, and slippery mud. And, by the end of that program, we were convinced that legged locomotion in a robot could actually work. Because going into it, we didn't know that. We had built quadrupeds at MIT, but they used a giant hydraulic pump, in the lab. They used a giant computer that was in the lab. They were always tethered to the lab. This was the first time something that was sort of self-contained, walked around in the world and balanced. But and the purpose was to prove to ourselves that the legged locomotion could really work. And so Big Dog really got that open for us. And it was the beginning of what became a whole series of robots. So once we showed to DARPA that you could make a legged robot that could work, there was a period at DARPA where robotics got really hot, and there was lots of different programs. And we were able to build other robots. We built other quadrupeds to hand, like LS3, designed to carry heavy loads. We built Cheetah, which was designed to explore what are the limits to how fast you can run. We began to build sort of a portfolio of machines and software that let us build not just one robot, but a whole family of robots.
To push the limits in all kinds of directions.
Yeah, and to discover those principles. You asked earlier about the art and science of legged locomotion. We were able to develop principles of legged locomotion so that we knew how to build a small legged robot or a big one. So that leg length, was now a parameter that we could play with. Any length was a parameter we could play with. So we built the LS3, which was an 800-pound robot designed to carry a 400-pound payload. And we learned the design rules, basically developed the design rules. How do you scale different robot systems to, their terrain, to their walking speed, to their payload?
So when was Spot born?
Around 2012 or so. So again, almost 10 years into sort of a run with DARPA where we built a bunch of different quadrupeds. We had sort of a different thread where we started building humanoids. We, we, we saw that probably an end was coming where the government was going to kind of back off from a lot of robotics investment. And in order to maintain progress, we just deduced that, well, we probably need to sell ourselves to somebody who wants to continue to invest in this area, and that was Google. And so at Google, we would meet regularly with Larry Page. And Larry just started asking us, well, what's your product going to be? And, the logical thing, the thing that we had the most history with, that we wanted to continue developing, was our quadruped. But we knew it needed to be smaller. We knew it couldn't have a gas engine. We thought it probably couldn't be hydraulically actuated. So that began the process of exploring if we could migrate to a smaller electrically actuated robot, and that was really the genesis of Spot.
So not a gas engine, and the actuators are electric.
Yes.
So can you maybe comment on what it's like at Google, working with Larry Page, having those meetings and thinking of what will a robot look like that could be built at scale? What, like, starting to think about a product.
Larry always liked the toothbrush type. He wanted products that you used every day. What they really wanted was, a consumer level product, something that would work in your house. We didn't think that was the right next thing to do, because to be a consumer level product, cost is going to be very important. Probably need to cost a few $1,000s. And we were building these machines that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe $1 million to build. Of course, we were only building like 2, but we didn't see how to get all the way to this consumer level product in a short amount of time. And he suggested that we make the robot really inexpensive. And part of our philosophy has always been build the best hardware you can. Make the machine operate well, so that you're trying to solve, discover the hard problem that you don't know about. Don't make it harder by building a crappy machine. Basically, build the best machine you can. There's plenty of hard problems to solve that are going to have to do with, under actuated systems and balance. And so we wanted to build these high quality machines still. We thought that was important for us to continue learning about really what was the important parts of that make robots work. And so there was a little bit of a philosophical difference there. And so ultimately that's why we're building robots for the industrial sector now, because the industry can afford a more expensive machine, because their productivity depends on keeping their factory going. And so if Spot costs $100,000 or more, that's not such a big expense to them. Whereas at the consumer level, no one's going to buy a robot like that. And I think we might eventually get to a consumer level product that will be that cheap. But I think the path to getting there needs to go through these really nice machines, so that we can then learn how to simplify.
So what can you say to the almost engineering challenge of bringing down cost of a robot? So that presumably when you're trying to build a robot at scale, that also comes into play when you're trying to make money on a robot, even in the industrial setting. But how interesting, how challenging of a thing is that? In particular, probably new to an R&D company.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that last part up. The transition from an R&D company to a commercial company, that's the thing you worry about. Because you've got these engineers who love hard problems, who want to figure out how to make robots work. And you don't know if you have engineers that want to work on the quality and reliability and cost that is ultimately required. And indeed, we have brought on a lot of new people who are inspired by those problems. But the big takeaway lesson for me is we have good people. We have engineers who want to solve problems. And the quality and cost and manufacturability is just another kind of problem. And because they're so invested in what we're doing, they're interested in and will go work on those problems as well. And so I think we're managing that transition very well. In fact, I'm really pleased that, it's a huge undertaking, by the way, right? So, even having to get reliability to where it needs to be, we have to have fleets of robots that we're just operating 24/7 in our offices to go find those rare failures and eliminate them. It's just a totally different kind of activity than the research activity where you get it to work, the one robot you have to work in a repeatable way, at the high stakes demo. It's just very different. But I think we're making remarkable progress in this.
So one of the cool things I got a chance to visit Boston Dynamics. I mean, one of the things that's really cool is to see a large number of robots moving about. Because I think one of the things you notice in the research environment is at MIT, for example, I don't think anyone ever has a working robot for prolonged period. Exactly. So like most robots are just sitting there in a sad state of despair, waiting to be born, brought to life for a brief moment of time. Just to have, I just remember there's a spot robot just had like a cowboy hat on and was just walking randomly for whatever reason. I don't even know, but there's a kind of a sense of sentience to it because it doesn't seem like anybody was supervising. Like it was just doing its
I'm
thing.
going to stop way short of the sentience. It is the case that if you come to our office today and walk around the hallways, you're going to see a dozen robots just kind of walking around all the time. And that's really a reliability test for us. So we have these robots programmed to do autonomous missions, get up off their charging dock, walk around the building, collect data at a few different places, and go sit back down. And we want that to be a very reliable process because that's what somebody who's running a brewery, a factory, that's what they need the robot to do. And so we have to dog food our own robot. We have to test it in that way. And so on a weekly basis, we have robots that are accruing something like 1,500 or maybe 2,000 kilometers of walking, and over 1,000 hours of operation every week. And that's something that almost I don't think anybody else in the world can do because you have to have these robots to just accrue that much information. You have to be willing to dedicate it to that test, and so that's essential.
That's how you get the reliability.
That's how you get it.
What about some of the cost cutting from the manufacturer side? What have you learned from the manufacturer side of the transition from R&D?
And we're still learning a lot there. We're learning how to cast parts instead of mill it all out of billet aluminum. We're learning how to get plastic molded parts. And we're learning about how to control that process so that you can build the same robot twice in a row. There's a lot to learn there, and we're only partway through that process. We've set up a manufacturing facility in Waltham. It's about a mile from our headquarters. And we're doing final assembly and test of both spots and stretches, at that factory. And it's hard because, to be honest, we're still iterating on the design of the robot. As we find failures from these reliability tests, we need to go engineer changes. And those changes need to now be propagated to the manufacturing line. And that's a hard process, especially when you want to move as fast as we do. And that's been challenging. And it makes it, the folks who are working supply chain, who are trying to get the cheapest parts for us, kind of requires that you buy a lot of them to make them cheap. And then we go change the design underneath them. They're like, what are you doing? And so, getting everybody on the same page here that, we still need to move fast, but we also need to try to figure out how to reduce costs. That's one of the challenges of this migration we're going through.
And over the past few years, challenges in the supply chain. I'm imagining you've been a part of a bunch of stressful meetings.
Yeah, things got more expensive and harder to get.
Is there still room for simplification?
Oh yeah, much more. And these are really just the first generation of these machines. We're already thinking about what the next generation of Spot's going to look like. Spot was built as a platform, so you could put almost any sensor on it. We provided data communications, mechanical connections, power connections. But for example, in the applications that we're excited about, where you're you're monitoring these factories for their health. There's probably a simpler machine that we could build that's really focused on that use case. And that's the difference between the general purpose machine or the platform versus the purpose-built machine. And so even in the factory, we'd still like the robot to do lots of different tasks. If we really knew on day one that we're going to be operating in a factory with these 3 sensors in it, we would have it all integrated in a package that would be easier, less expensive, and more reliable. So we're contemplating building, the next generation of that machine.
So what you mentioned that does the spot, people who somehow are not familiar, so there's a yellow robotic dog, and has been featured in many dance videos. It also has gained an arm. So what can you say about the arm that Spot has, about the challenges of this design and the manufacture of it?
We think the future of mobile robots is mobile manipulation. That's where, in the past 10 years, it was getting mobility to work, getting the leg of locomotion to work. If you ask, what's the hard problem in the next 10 years? It's getting a mobile robot to do useful manipulation. And so we wanted Spot to have an arm to experiment with those problems. And the arm is almost as complex as the robot itself, and it's an attachable payload. It has, several motors and actuators and sensors. It has a camera in the end of its hand, so, you can sort of see something, and the robot will control the motion of its hand to go pick it up autonomously. So in the same way the robot walks and balances, managing its own foot placement to stay balanced, we want manipulation to be mostly autonomous, where the robot, you indicate, okay, go grab that bottle, and then the robot will just go do it using the camera in its hand and then sort of closing in on that grasp. But it's a whole other complex robot on top of a complex legged robot. And so, and of course, we made the hand look a little like a head, because again, we want it to be sort of identifiable. In the last year, a lot of our sales have been people who already have a robot now buying an arm to add to that robot.
Oh, interesting. And so the arm is for sale.
Go ahead. It's an option.
What's the interface like to work with the arm? Like, is it pretty? So are they designed primarily? I could just ask that question in general about robots, from Boston Dynamics. Is it designed to be easily and efficiently operated remotely by a human being, or is there also the capability to push towards autonomy?
We want both. In the next version of the software that we release, which will be version 3.3, we're going to offer the ability of if you have an autonomous mission for the robot, we're going to include the option that it can go through a door, which means it's going to have an arm, and it's going to have to use that arm to open the door. And so that'll be an autonomous manipulation task that just you can program easily with the robot, strictly through, we have a tablet interface. And so on the tablet, you sort of see the view that Spot sees. You say, there's the door handle. The hinges are on the left, and it opens in. The rest is up to you. Take care of it.
It just takes care of everything.
Yeah. So we want, and for a task like opening doors, you can automate most of that. We've automated a few other tasks. We had a customer who had a high-powered breaker switch, essentially. It's an electric utility, Ontario Power Generation. And they have to, when they're going to disconnect, their power supply, that could be a gas generator, it could be a nuclear power plant, from the grid, you have to disconnect this breaker switch. Well, as you can imagine, there's, hundreds or thousands of amps and volts involved in this breaker switch. And it's a dangerous event because occasionally you'll get what's called an arc flash. As you just do this disconnect, the power sparks jump across and people die doing this. And so Ontario Power Generation used our Spot and the arm through the interface to operate this disconnect in an interactive way. And they showed it to us. And we were so excited about it and said, I bet we can automate that task. And so we believe in the next generation of software. Now we're going to deliver back to Ontario Power Generation. They're going to be able to just point the robot at that breaker. They'll indicate that's the switch. There's sort of two actions you have to do. You have to flip up this little cover, press a button, then get a ratchet, stick it into a socket, and literally unscrew this giant breaker switch. So there's a bunch of different tasks. And we basically automated them so that the human says, okay, there's the switch, go do that part. That right there is the socket where you're going to put your tool in there and open it up. And so you can remotely sort of indicate this on the tablet, and then the robot just does everything in between.
And it does everything, all the coordinated movement of all the different actuators that include the body.
Yeah, maintains its balance. It walks itself, into position so it's within reach, and the arm is in a position where it can do the whole task. So it manages the whole body.
So how does one become a big enough customer to request features? Because I personally want a robot that gets me beer. I mean, that has to be like one of the most requested, I suppose, in the industrial setting. It's a non-alcoholic beverage. Of picking up objects and bringing the objects to you.
We love working with customers who have challenging problems like this, and this one in particular, because we felt like what they were doing, it was a safety feature. We saw that the robot could do it because they teleoperated it the first time. Probably took them an hour to do it the first time, right? But the robot was clearly capable. And we thought, oh, this is a great problem for us to work on, to figure out how to automate a manipulation task. And so we took it on, not because we were going to make a bunch of money from it and selling the robot back to them, but because it motivated us to go solve what we saw as the next logical step. But many of our customers, in fact, we try to, our bigger customers, typically ones who are going to run a utility or a factory or something like that, we take that kind of direction. And especially if they're going to buy 10 or 20 or 30 robots, and they say, I really need it to do this. Well, that's exactly the right kind of problem that we want to be working on. And so,
buy 10 and aggressively push for beer. I think it's fair to say it's notoriously difficult to make a lot of money as a robotics company. How can you make money as a robotics company? Can you speak to that? It seems that a lot of robotics companies fail. It's difficult to build robots. It's difficult to build robots at a low enough cost for customers, even the industrial setting, want to purchase them. And it's difficult to build robots that are useful, sufficiently useful. So what can you speak to? And Boston Dynamics has been successful for many years in finding a way to make money.
Well, in the early days, of course, the money we made was from doing contract R&D work. And we made money. But, we weren't growing and we weren't selling a product. And then we went through several owners who, had a vision of not only developing advanced technology, but eventually developing products. And so both, Google and SoftBank and now Hyundai, had that vision and were willing to, provide that investment. Now our discipline is that we need to go find applications that are broad enough that you can imagine selling thousands of robots, because it doesn't work if you don't sell thousands or tens of thousands of robots. If you only sell hundreds, you will commercially fail. And that's where most of the small robot companies have died. And that's a challenge because, you need to field the robots. They need to start to become reliable. As we said, that takes time and investment to get there. And so it really does take visionary investment to get there. But we believe that we are going to make money in this industrial monitoring space because, if a chip fab, if the line goes down because a vacuum pump failed in some place, that can be a very expensive process. It can be $1 million a day in lost production. Maybe you have to throw away some of the product along the way. And so the robot, if you can prevent that by inspecting the factory every single day, maybe every hour if you have to, there's a real return on investment there. But there needs to be a critical mass of this task. And we're focusing on a few that we believe are ubiquitous in the industrial production environment, and that's using a thermal camera to keep things from overheating, using an acoustic imager to find compressed air leaks, using visual cameras to read gauges, measuring vibration. These are standard things that you do to prevent unintended shutdown of a factory. And this takes place in a beer factory. We're working with AB InBev. It takes place in chip fabs. We're working with Global Foundries. It takes place in electric utilities and nuclear power. And so the same robot can be applied in all of these industries. And as I said, we have about, actually it's 1,100 spots out now. To really get profitability, we need to be 1,000 a year, maybe 1,500 a year, for that sort of part of the business. So it still needs to grow, but we're on a good path. So I think that's totally achievable.
So the application should require crossing that 1,000 robot area.
It really should. Yeah. I want to mention our second one, Stretch.
Yeah. Tell me about Stretch. What's Stretch? Who's Stretch?
Stretch started differently than Spot. Spot we built because we had decades of experience building clutch beds. We had it in our blood. We had to build a clutch bed product, but we had to go figure out what the application was. And we actually discovered this factory control application, basically preventative maintenance, by seeing what our customers did. Stretch is very different. We started knowing that there was warehouses all over the world, shipping containers moving all around the world full of boxes that are mostly being moved by hand. By some estimates, we think there's 1 trillion boxes, cardboard boxes, shipped around the world each year, and a lot of it's done manually. It became clear early on that there was an opportunity for a mobile robot in here to move boxes around. And the commercial experience has been very different between Stretch and Spot. As soon as we started talking to people, potential customers, about what Stretch was going to be used for, they immediately started saying, "Oh, I'll buy that." In fact, I'm going to put in an order for 20 right now. We just started shipping the robot in January, after several years of development this year. So our first deliveries of Stretch to customers were DHL and Maersk in January. We're delivering to Gap right now, and we have about 7 or 8 other customers, all who already agreed in advance to buy between 10 and 20 robots. And so we've already got commitments for a couple hundred of these robots. This one's going to go, right? It's so obvious that there is a need. And we're not just going to unload trucks. We're going to do any box moving task in the warehouse. And so it too will be a multi-purpose robot. And we'll eventually have it doing palletizing or depalletizing or loading trucks or unloading trucks. There's definitely thousands of robots. There's probably tens of thousands of robots of this in the future. So it's going to be profitable.
Can you describe what Stretch looks like?
It looks like a big, strong robot arm on a mobile base. The base is about the size of a pallet, and we wanted it to be the size of a pallet because that's what lives in warehouses, right? Pallets of goods sitting everywhere. So we needed to be able to fit in that space.
It's not a Leggett.
Not a Leggett. So it was our first. It was actually a bit of a commitment from us, a challenge for us to build a non-balancing robot.
To do the much easier problem, but to do it well.
Well, because it wasn't, it wasn't going to have this balance problem. And in fact, the very first version of the logistics robot we built was a balancing robot, and that's called Handle. And
that thing was epic.
Oh, it's a beautiful machine.
It's an incredible machine. So it was, I mean, it looks epic. It looks like out of like a sci-fi movie of some sort. I mean, just can you actually just move around the design of that thing? Because that's another leap into something you probably haven't done. It's a different kind of balancing.
Yeah. So I love talking about the history of how Handle came about because it connects all of our robots. So I'm going to start with Atlas. When we had Atlas getting fairly far along, we wanted to understand. I was telling you earlier, the challenge of the human form is that you have this mass up high, and balancing that inertia, that mass up high, is its own unique challenge. And so we started trying to get Atlas to balance standing on one foot, like on a balance beam, using its arms like this. And you can do this, I'm sure. I can do this, right? Like you're walking a tightrope. How do you do that balance? So that's sort of, controlling the inertia, controlling the momentum of the robot. We were starting to figure that out on that. And so our first concept of Handle, which was a robot that was going to be on two wheels, so it had to balance, but it was going to have a big long arm, so it could reach a box at the top of a truck. And it needed yet another counterbalance, a big tail, to help it balance while it was using its arm. So the reason why this robot sort of looks epic, some people said it looked like an ostrich, or maybe an ostrich moving around, was the wheels, it has legs, so it can extend its legs.
Came here with myself.
How you living, Pen? What's good?
I'm sitting in bed and I'm like, hungover.
All right. Well, Jake, I want you to know I really appreciate you coming in way early in the morning. That was amazing.
Because we figured this thing out. We wanted to see it in this kind of machine.
What is being made here?
What is good here?
No, what is this person doing?
But it wasn't the right machine for a logistics application. We decided it was too slow.
She's just chilling.
Fast enough, basically.
And it was doing beautifully, with elegant.
We're just watching podcasts, my man. What's good in your neck of the woods?
I'm drunk, sitting in the bed.
The fact that it's
All right. Well, hey, would you do me a favor?
so many things
What's your
at the same
name?
time and coordination.
When you sleep, all I want you to do is just stay in the Discord call. You don't have to have your camera on. You don't have to have your microphone on.
Oh, I got you.
Just be
I got
here.
nowhere else to put my phone.
That's beautiful. You're the man. Thank you so much, Jake. That means the world to me.
Got you.
Excellent. I'm always here for you if you need my support, okay?
Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy.
There's something there.
Whatever we sitting back and watching.
Cool.
Basically, we made a hard decision, and this was really kind of a hard-nosed business decision. It indicated us not doing it just for the beauty of the mathematics or the curiosity, but no, we actually need to build a business that can make money. And so we ended up building Scratch, which has a big heavy base with a giant battery in the base of it that allows it to run for two shifts, 16 hours worth of operation. And that big battery sort of helps it stay balanced, right? So you can move a 50-pound box around with its arm and not tip over. It's omnidirectional. It can move in any direction. So it has a nice suspension built into it, so it can deal with gaps or things on the floor. But it's not a balancing robot. It's a mobile robot arm that can work to carry or pick or place a box up to 50 pounds anywhere in the warehouse.
Well, you take a box from point A to point B anywhere.
Yeah. Palletized, depalletized. We're starting with unloading trucks because there's so many trucks and containers that we're busy shipping. And it's a brutal job. In the summer, it can be 120 degrees inside that container. People don't want to do that job.
There you go.
And it's backbreaking labor.
Thank you.
Again, these can be up to 50-pound boxes. And so we feel like this is a productivity enhancement. And for the people who used to do that job unloading trucks, they're actually operating.
What are you drinking?
And so by building robots
Water?
that are easy to control,
No, let's talk about
very
her.
advanced degree to manage.
She knows English, but Polish is probably her stronger language, so I don't know if she
The warehouse workers who were doing that
knows what you said. I'm sure she does. I know she heard it.
Ultimately benefit to them.
Can you say how much Stretch costs?
Not yet, but I will say that when we engage with our customers, they'll be able to see a return on investment in typically 2 years.
Okay, so that's something that you're constantly thinking about. How?
Yeah.
And I suppose you have to do the same kind of thinking with Spot. So it seems like with Stretch, the application is like directly obvious.
That's slim down.
Yeah, and so you have a little more flexibility.
Well, I think we know the target. We know what we're going to. Yeah. And with Spot, it took us a while to figure out what we were going to.
Well, let me return answer to that question about maybe the conversation you were having a while ago with Larry Page. Maybe
We'll
look into
figure out the
longer
world.
future of social
Absolutely.
robotics, of using Spot
We're gonna
to
solve
connect
all of
human
its
beings perhaps in
problems.
the home.
100% right,
Should
Jake.
If we were to sort of hypothesize or dream about a future where spotlight robots are in the home as pets, social robots.
We definitely think about it, and we would like to get there. We think the
But in order for me to solve any other problems, I have to solve my own.
applications and then mass manufacturing. Let's figure out how to build a robot that makes a software so they can really do a broad set of skills. That's going to take real investment to get there. Performance first, right? The principle of the company has always been really make the robots do useful stuff. And so, the social robot companies that tried to start someplace else by just making a cute interaction, mostly they haven't survived. And so we think the utility really needs to come first. And that means you have to solve some of these hard problems. And so to get there, we're going to go through the design and software development in industrial, and then that's eventually going to let you reach a scale that could then be addressed to a commercial consumer level market. And so, yeah, maybe we'll be able to build a smaller Spot with an arm that could really go get your beer for you. But there's things we need to figure out still. How to safely, really safely. If you're gonna,
So what you think about the United Healthcare's CEO being shot in the back of the head?
It's very suspicious to me how much media attention this has gotten, especially on the internet. Every single meme and post is about it. It almost makes me think it was a setup.
It feels like in the
Makes me feel like it too, because he was a pretty handsome looking guy.
Like
You mean the guy who shot him?
You're allowed to fail
no, the guy
different ways, in more ways.
killed him.
As long as it's
Yeah, the guy who
pulled the trigger and the guy like they.
Like an easier problem to solve. But it feels like in the factory you're not allowed to fail.
I mean, look, I'm just going through my phone, and they've got so many pictures of this guy. It's just unreal. Look, here's two posts in a row about him.
They're going to want to get the beer.
3 out of 4. I mean, they got him shirtless. They got him at McDonald's. I'm suspicious of it all.
Clean up the dishes. From the table without breaking. Those are pretty complex tasks. And so there's still work to be done.
Here's where I think
straight out.
would be very interesting. I think the application of being a pet, a friend. So like no tasks.
It's yet another night.
Just be cute. Because not cute. Like the dog is.
My homegirl didn't come see me like she said she would.
Friend, it's a companion. There's something about just having interaction with them. And maybe because I hang out.
It happens.
With robot dogs a little too much, but like there's a connection there, and it feels like that connection should not be disregarded.
It should not be disregarded. Robots that can somehow communicate through their physical gestures you're going to be more attached to.
I sit at home and I get drunk.
I don't.
Well, you're with friends. You'll enjoy. You're safe. Knock yourself out.
Yeah, what probably wasn't considered a successful product for them. They suspended that eventually.
I'll be trying to get a hold of you from time to time. I don't know which server to catch you in, if you're awake or if you're asleep.
This one.
Yeah, this one seems to be the best.
Will you get away without having any other utility? Maybe in a world where we can really talk to our simple little pet because, ChatGPT or some other generative AI has made it possible for you to really talk in what seems like a meaningful way. Maybe that'll open the social robot up again. That's probably not a path we're going to go down because, again, we're so focused on performance and utility. We can add those other things also, but we really want to start from that foundation of utility. Yeah. But
I want to predict that you're wrong on that. So, which is that the very path you're taking, which is creating a great robot platform, will very easily take a leap to adding ChatGPT-like capability, maybe GPT-5, and there's just so many open source alternatives. You can just plop that on top of Spot, and because you have this robust platform, and you're figuring out how to mass manufacture it and how to drive the cost down, and how to make it reliable, all those kinds of things will be the natural transition to where just adding ChatGPT.
I do think that being able to verbally converse, or even converse through gestures, part of these learning models is that you can now look at video and imagery and associate intent with that. Those will all help in the communication between robots and people, for sure. And that's going to happen, obviously, more quickly than any of us were expecting.
I mean, what else do you want in life? Friends get you feel, and then just talk shit about the state of the world. I mean, there's a deep loneliness within all of us, and I think a beer and a good chat solves so much of it, or takes us a long way to solving.
It'll be interesting to see, when a generative AI can give you that warm feeling that you connected, and that, oh yeah, you remember me, you're my friend, we have a history. That history matters, right?
Memory of
having
witnessed. Hey, that's what friendship, that's what connection, that's what love is. In many cases, some of the deepest friendships you have is having gone through a difficult time together and having a shared memory of an amazing time or a difficult time, and kind of that memory creating this like foundation based on which you can then experience the world together. The silly, the mundane stuff of day to day is somehow built on a foundation of having gone through some shit in the past. And the current systems are not personalized in that way. But I think that's a technical problem, some kind of fundamental limitation. So combine that with an embodied robot like Spot, which already has magic in its movement. I think it's a very interesting possibility of where that takes us. But of course, you have to build that on top of a company that's making money with real application, with real customers, and with robots that are safe and that work and reliable and manufactured and scale.
And I think we're in a unique position in that because of our investors primarily, Dave, but also SoftBank still owns 20%.
Jacob Rothschild's coming to your house.
They're not totally fixated on driving us.
Jacob Rothschild's coming to your house.
The goal really is a longer term vision of creating, what does mobility mean in the future? How is this mobile robot technology going to influence us? Can we shape that? And they want both. And so we are, as a company, are trying to strike that balance between let's build a business that makes money. I've been describing that to my own team as self-destination. If I want to drive my own ship, we need to have a business that's profitable in the end. Otherwise, somebody else is going to drive the ship for us. So that's really
Rabbi.
But we're going to retain.
You gotta tell him Jacob Rothschild's coming to your house.
I don't think I need to say
The
that.
real trick will be
Say what?
Speaking of ships,
I don't think I
let
need
me
to
ask
tell
you
anybody
about
that.
Predator. Somebody's become a friend.
You gotta let him show up.
He died earlier this year.
Early days of building a humanoid robot. How does that?
Yeah, that's just one version of him, man.
There you go.
Of your work. So there's sort of from an outside perspective, it seems like, well, as a fan of robotics, it just seems exciting.
Right, very exciting, right? When Elon speaks, people listen. And so it suddenly brought a bright light onto the work that we've been doing, for over a decade. And I think that's only going to help. And in fact, what we've seen is that
stick this straw in there.
We're seeing a proliferation of robotic companies arise now.
Including humanoid?
Yes.
Yeah, drink all that juice.
And interestingly, many of them, as they're raising money, for example, will claim whether or not they have a former Boston Dynamics employee on their staff as a criteria.
Yeah, that's true. That's I would do that.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So yeah. So it has brought a tremendous validation to what we're doing and excitement. Competitive juices are flowing. The whole thing. So it's all good.
Elon has also kind of stated that maybe he implied that the problem is solvable in the near term, which is a low-cost humanoid robot that's able to do that's a relatively general use case robot. So I think Elon is known for setting these kinds of incredibly ambitious goals, maybe missing deadlines, but actually pushing not just the particular human needs, but the entire world to accomplishing those. Do you see Boston Dynamics in the near future being pushed in that kind of way, like this segment of competition, kind of pushing Atlas maybe to do more cool stuff, trying to drive the cost of Atlas down, perhaps, or I guess I want to ask if there's some kind of exciting energy in Boston Dynamics due to this a little bit of competition.
Oh yeah, definitely. When we released our most recent video of Atlas, I think you'd seen it, the scaffolding and throwing the box tools around and then doing the flip at the end. Yeah. We were trying to show the world that not only can we do this hardcore mobility thing, but we can pick up and move heavy things. Because if you're going to work in a manufacturing environment,
doesn't it kind of just look like
and for the reasons I explained to you earlier, it's
Half-Life?
Changing the center of mass.
Does what look like Half-Life?
Black, for a robot that weighs.
That drone down the small little obstacle course.
That we can do that.
Perhaps.
Yeah. So it's totally been energizing.
Would you consider it a drone or a droid?
It's a good question. It's a very good question, actually. I consider if we don't know what it is, then it's a UFO. You can consider it a unidentified aerial phenomena, and UAP. If it's from here, generally we refer to things that fly here that aren't aircraft, traditional aircraft, drones. And I usually consider droid, a lot of times they have some kind of artificial intelligence to it. So I think you could have a UAP droid that would be an unidentified aerial phenomena that if it was made by extraterrestrials, then I guess it would be perhaps an extraterrestrial droid. So I don't think it's very cut and dried, extremely simple to say it can only be one of two things. It could be a lot. If it's made here and it flies, it's generally a drone. If it's made here and it's on the ground and is intelligent, it can be a droid. But that can also fly too. And I think there's some overlap with the terms. Some people might call a drone a droid, and so other people might call a droid a drone.
Is there some inspiration, some lessons you see there about the challenge of driving the cost out, especially with Atlas, with the humanoid robot?
Well, I think the thing that he's certainly been learning by building car factories is what that looks like and scaling.
What little book are you showing us?
Get efficiencies that drive costs down very well. And
have you read the Bible?
And the smart thing that they have in their favor is that they know how to manufacture, they know how to build electric motors, they know how to build computers and vision systems. So there's a lot of overlap between modern automotive companies and robots. But hey, we have a modern automotive company behind us as well.
So bring it on.
Who's doing pretty well, right? The electric vehicles from Hyundai are doing pretty well.
I love it. So how much So we've talked about some of the low-level control, some of the incredible stuff that's going on, and basic perception. But how much do you see currently in the future of Boston Dynamics, sort of more higher-level machine learning applications? Do you see customers adding on those capabilities, or do you see Boston Dynamics do that in-house?
Some kinds of things we really believe are probably going to be more broadly available, maybe even commoditized. Using a machine learning like a vision algorithm, so a robot can recognize something in the environment. That ought to be something you can just download. Like, I'm going to a new environment, I have a new kind of door handle or piece of equipment I want to inspect. You ought to be able to just download that. And I think people, besides Boston Dynamics, people provide that. And we've actually built an API that lets people add these vision algorithms to Spot. And we're currently working with some partners who are providing that. Levitas is an example of a small provider who's giving us software for reading gauges. And actually another partner in Europe, Reply, is doing the same thing. So we see that. We see it ultimately an ecosystem of providers doing stuff like that. I think ultimately you might even be able to do the same thing with behaviors. So this technology will also be brought to bear on controlling the robot, the motions of the robot. And we're using reinforcement learning to develop algorithms for both locomotion and manipulation. And ultimately, this is going to mean you can add new behaviors to a robot, quickly. And that can actually be done outside of Boston Dynamics right now.
Robot law enforcement.
I think you need to understand at a deep level, the robot control to do that. But eventually that could be outside. But it's certainly a place where these approaches are going to be brought to bear in robotics.
So reinforcement learning is part of the process. So you do use reinforcement learning.
Yes.
So there's increasing levels of learning with these robots, and that's for both for locomotion, for manipulation, and for perception.
Yes.
Well, what do you think in general about all the exciting advancements?
Before you know it, these robots are going to do what they want.
Neural networks.
We're done.
Most beautifully illustrated through the large language models like GPT-4.
They're going to do what they want.
Like everybody else, we're all, I'm surprised at how far they've come. I'm a little bit nervous about there's anxiety around them, obviously, for I think good reasons, right? Disinformation is a curse that's sort of an unintended consequence of social media that could be exacerbated with these tools. So if you use them to deploy disinformation, it can be a real risk. But I also think that the risks associated with these kinds of models don't have a whole lot to do with the way we're going to use them in our robots. If I'm using a robot, I'm building a robot to do, a manual task of some sort. I can judge very easily. Is it doing the task I asked it to? Is it doing it correctly? There's sort of a built-in mechanism for judging. Is it doing the right thing? Did it successfully do the task?
Yeah, physical reality is a good verifier.
It's a good verifier. That's exactly it. Whereas if you're asking for, you're trying to ask a theoretical question in ChatGPT, it could be true or it may not be true. And it's hard to have that verifier. What is that truth that you're comparing against? Whereas in physical reality, you know the truth. And this is an important difference. And so I think there is reason to be a little bit concerned about, how these tools, large language models could be used, but I'm not very worried about how they're going to be used. Well, how learning algorithms in general are going to be used on robotics. It's really a different application that has different ways of verifying what's going on.
Well, the nice thing about language models is that I ultimately I'm really excited about the possibility of having conversations with Spot.
Yeah.
There's no I would say, negative consequences to that, but just increasing the bandwidth and the variety of ways you can communicate with this particular robot. So you can communicate visually, you can communicate through some interface, and to be able to communicate verbally again with beer and so on. I think that's really exciting to make that much, much easier.
We have this partner Levitas that's adding the vision algorithms for daydreaming for us. They just this week I saw a demo where they hooked up, a language tool to Spot, and they're talking to Spot.
Right. Yeah. Can you tell me about the Boston Dynamics AI Institute? What is it, and what is its mission?
So it's a separate organization, the Boston Dynamics Artificial Intelligence Institute. It's led by Mark Raber, the founder of Boston Dynamics and the former CEO, and my old advisor at MIT. Mark has always loved the research, the pure research, without the confinement or demands of commercialization. And he wanted to continue to, pursue that unadulterated research. And so suggested to Hyundai that he set up this institute, and they agreed that it's worth additional investment to kind of continue pushing this forefront. And we expect to be working together where Boston Dynamics can both commercialize and do research. But the sort of time horizon of the research we're going to do is, in the next, let's say, 5 years. What can we do in the next 5 years? Let's work on those problems. And I think the goal of the AI Institute is to work even further out. Certainly, the analogy of liquid locomotion again, when we started that was a multi-decade problem. And so I think Mark wants to have the freedom to pursue really hard over-the-horizon problems. And that'll be the goal of the Institute.
So we mentioned some of the dangers of some of the concerns about large language models. That said, there's been a long-running fear of these embodied robots. Why do you think people are afraid of liquid robots?
Yeah, I wanted to show you this. This is in the Wall Street Journal, and this is all about ChatGPT, right? But look at the picture. It's a humanoid robot
that's saying, "I will
replace you."
That
looks scary, and it says, "I'm going to replace you." And so the humanoid robot is the embodiment of this ChatGPT tool that there's reason to be a little bit nervous about how it gets deployed. So I'm nervous about that connection. It's unfortunate that they chose to use a robot as that embodiment. Because you and I just said that there's big differences in this. But people are afraid because we've been taught to be afraid for over 100 years. So, the word robot was developed by a playwright named Carol Chapek in 1921, the Czech playwright, for Rossum's Universal Robot. And in that first this depiction of a robot, the robots took over at the end of the story. And, people love to be afraid. And so we've been entertained by these stories for 100 years. But I think that's as much why people are afraid as anything else, because we've been sort of taught that this is the logical progression through fiction. I think it's fiction.
I think what people more and more will realize, just like you said, that the threat, like say you have a super intelligent AI embodied in a robot, that's much less threatening because it's visible, it's verifiable, it's right there in physical reality, and we humans know how to deal with physical reality. I think it's much scarier when you have arbitrary scaling of intelligent AI systems in that digital space. That they could pretend to be human. So a robot, Spot is not going to be pretend. It can pretend human all it wants. It can tell you, you can put ChatGPT on top of it, but you're going to know it's not human because you have contact with physical reality.
And you're going to know whether or not it's doing what you asked.
Yeah. Like it's not going to, like if it lies, I mean, I'm sure it can start just like a dog lies to you. It's like I wasn't part of tearing up that couch. Spot can try to lie that it wasn't me that spilled that thing, but you're going to kind of figure it out eventually. It's if it happens multiple times,
humanity has figured out how to make machines safe. And there's, the regulatory environments and certification protocols that we've developed in order to figure out how to make machines safe. We don't know and don't have that experience with software that can be propagated worldwide. And so I think we need to develop those protocols and those tools. And so that's work to be done, but I don't think the fear of that and that work should necessarily impede our ability to now get robots out. Because again, I think we can judge when a robot's being safe.
So, and again, just like in that image, there's a fear that robots will take our jobs. I took a ride. I was in San Francisco. I took a ride in a Waymo vehicle, in a autonomous vehicle, and I've done it several times. They're doing incredible work over there. But people flipped it off, drove out of the car. So either that's a long story. What the psychology of that is, it could be maybe big tech or what. I don't know exactly what they're flicking off.
Yeah.
But there is an element of like these robots taking our jobs or irreversibly transforming society such that it will have economic impact and the little guy will lose a lot, lose their well-being. Is there something to be said about the fear that robots will take on?
At every significant technological transformation, there's been fear of an automation anxiety that it's going to have a broader impact than being expected. And there will be jobs will change. Sometime in the future, we're going to look back at people who manually unloaded these boxes from trailers, and we're going to say, why did we ever do that manually? But there's a lot of people who are doing that job. That could be but I think the reality is, as I said before, we're going to build the technologies so those very same people can operate it. And so I think there's a pathway to upskilling and operating, just like we used to farm with hand tools, and now we farm with machines. And nobody has really regretted that transformation. And I think the same can be said for a lot of manual labor that we're doing today. And on top of that, look, we're entering a new world where demographics are going to have strong impact on economic growth. And the advanced, the first world is losing population quickly. In Europe, he was worried about hiring enough people just to keep the logistics supply chain going. And part of this is the response to COVID, and everybody's thinking back what they really want to do with their life. But these jobs are getting harder and harder to fill. And I'm doing that over and over again. So I think, frankly, this is the right technology at the right time, where we're going to need some of this work to be done, and we're going to want tools to enhance that.
And the scary impact, I think, again, GPT comes to the rescue in terms of being much more terrifying. The scary impact of basically, so I'm a software person, so I program a lot, and the fact that people like me can be easily replaced by GPT, that's going to have
well, and if anyone who deals with checks and what they're writing a draft proposal might be easier done with ChatGPT, consultants, generally.
Everybody's
But on the other hand, you also want to see, right, and I don't know how to make it right yet, but it might take a good start.
Boy, do I have to talk to you about modern grams. That's another conversation altogether. But yeah, more rights than the average, the mean journalist. Yes. You spearheaded the anti-weaponization letter. Boston Dynamics has. Can you describe what that letter states and the general topic of the use of robots in war?
We authored a letter and then got several meetings of robotics companies around the world, including agility here in the United States and animal.
For 37 years, Brian Jackson has been researching and
To
investigating
co-sign
subject
a letter
matter
that says we
relating to
won't
UFOs and UAPs. His
and
research
part of
began
the motivation
in the dial-up
is,
days of
as
bulletin
these
boards like
robots start to
FidoNet,
become
Darranet, and
commercially
Transcendental
available,
Communications,
you can see
which he
videos
was
online
the
of
co-admin.
people who've gotten a robot,
Jackson has
strapped a gun on
collaborated
it, and
with
shown
and
that they
provided
can
substantive data points to many
operate the gun
well-known researchers and
without
journalists in
body
the field.
robot.
He has taken a
And so
special
having a
interest
robot that has this
in
level of
Area 51
mobility
and Papoose Lake
and
facilities,
that can
underground
easily be
installations, and
configured in
alien
a way
and
that will
biolab
harm
production.
somebody from a remote
With the
operator
exception
is
of many investigators and
justifiably a
journalists who
scary
know him,
thing.
Jackson has remained
And
below the
so he
radar
felt
of
like it was
ufology
important to
for
draw
almost
a
all
bright
of his
line
37 years
and
of
say,
research,
we're not going
electing
to allow
until now to focus on
for
researching the many aspects of the subject rather than
reasons
seeking
that we think
publicity.
ultimately it's better
Graduate
for
with
the whole
honors from
industry.
Ford Center College of Design in
If it
Pasadena,
grows in a
California,
way
where he
where
received his BA in graphic
these
design,
robots are
but
ultimately going to
in the
help
Los
us
Angeles
all
area. Brian, thank
make
you so
our
much
lives
for taking the
more
time to
fulfilled and
sit down.
productive. But
Thank you.
my
So
goodness,
glad you
you're
did
going to
this.
have to trust
Thanks
the
to the
technology to let it in. And if,
people who
and
are
if you think the
new to
robot's
this
going to harm you,
conversation.
that's going
I put
to
out a video
hurt.
a couple
And you
weeks
can be
back
growth at that
on a
age.
gentleman known
So we thought it was important to draw a bright line and then publicize that. And then our plan is to begin to engage with lawmakers and regulators. Let's figure out what the rules are going to be around the use of this technology. And use our position as leaders in this industry of technology to help support this. And so we are going to have a policy director at the company. The job is to engage with the public, to engage with interested parties and including regulators to begin these discussions.
Anthony, a really important topic, and it's an important topic for people that worry about the impact of robots on our society with the autonomous weapon systems. So I'm glad you're enlightening this. You are the CEO of Boston Dynamics. What's it take to be a CEO for a robotics company? So you started with a company PhD. Just looking at your journey, what does it take to go from building things to owning a company? What are some of the things that happen for you?
Courage, I would put front and center for multiple reasons. I talked earlier about the courage to tackle hard problems. So I think there's courage required not just of me, but of all of the people who work at Boston Dynamics. I also think we have a lot of really we have people who are way smart. And I think it takes a kind of courage to be willing to lead them and to trust that you have something to offer to somebody who probably is maybe an engineer. Adaptability. It's been a great career for me. I never would have guessed I'd stay in that place for 30 years. And the job has always changed. I didn't really aspire to be CEO at the very beginning, but it was a natural progression of things. There always needed to be some level of management that was needed. And so, when I saw something that needed to be done that wasn't being done, I just stepped in to go do it. And oftentimes, because we were fairly strong engineers, oftentimes that was in the management direction, or it was in the business development, or organizational hiring. Geez, I was the main person hiring at Boston Dynamics for 20 years. So I was the head of HR. So, just willingness to sort of tackle any piece of the business that needs it and be willing to sell.
Is there something you could say to what it takes to hire a great team? What's a good interview process? How do you know the guy or gal are going to make a great member of engineering team and doing some of the hardest work in the world?
We developed an interview process that I was quite fond of. It's a little bit of a hard interview process. because the best interviews, you ask somebody about what they're interested in and what they're good at. And if they can describe to you something that they worked on and you saw they really did the work, they solved the problem, and you saw their passion. And you can ask, but there's that matters because you have to ask the probing question. You have to be smart about what they're telling you they're like to ask a good question. And so it takes a pretty talented team to do that. But if you can do that, that's how you tap into this person cares about their work. They really did the work. They're excited about it. That's the kind of person I want. That's something else. You know, at Google, they taught us about their interview, and it was a little bit different. You know, we evolved the process of cost dynamics where it didn't matter if you're an engineer or you were an administrative assistant or a financial person or a technician. You gave us a presentation. You came in, gave us a presentation, had to stand up and talk about it. And I just thought that was great to tap into those things that we were doing. At Google, they taught us, and I understand, right? They're hiring tens of thousands of people. They need a more standard. So they would sort of err on the other side. So they would ask you a standard question. I'm going to ask you a programming question, and I'm just going to ask you to write code in front of me. That's a terrifying, application process. It does let you compare candidates, and it doesn't necessarily let you kind of right, because you're asking them to answer your question instead of you asking them about what they're interested in. But frankly, that process is hard to scale. And even at Boston Dynamics, we're not doing that with everybody. But we are still doing that with, the technical people. But because we too, need to sort of start rehiring. Not everybody should be an education. But you're still ultimately trying to find that basic seed of passion. Yeah, well, tell them what. Did they really do it? Did they find something interesting or curious, I think somebody I met Jim Keller, and he likes details. So one of the ways if you get a person to talk about what they're interested in, how many details, like how much of the whiteboard can you fill out? Well, I think you figure out who they really do the work if they know some of the details. Yeah, and if they have to wash over the details, that's really the work is in their details. I have to go there briefly just to get their kind of thought on the long-term future of robotics. There's been discussions on the GPT side and the large language model side of whether there's consciousness inside these language models. And I think there's fear, but I think there's also excitement, or at least a wide world of opportunity and possibility in embodying robots having something like that with emotion, love towards other human beings, and perhaps display real phase of consciousness. This is something you think about as a long-term future, because as we've talked about, people do anthropomorphize these robots. It's simply not to project some level of, I use the word sentience, some level of sovereignty, identity, all the things we think. That's what anthropomorphization is. You project humanness onto mobile, tissue-legged robots. That's something else from a science fiction perspective you think about when you try to avoid ever. You try to avoid the topic of consciousness altogether. I'm certainly not an expert on that, but I spend a lot of time thinking about this, right? And I do think it's fairly remote for the machines to what they're doing. Our robots, you're right, the people have to work on it. They read into the robot's intelligence and emotion. That isn't fair, because they see physical gestures that are similar to things they might see people around. I don't know much about how large language models really work. I believe it's a kind of statistical averaging of the most common responses, to a series of words, right? It's sort of a very elaborate word completion. And I'm dubious that has anything to do with consciousness. And I even wonder if that model of sort of simulating by stringing words together that are statistically associated with one another, whether or not that kind of knowledge, if you want to call that, would be the kind of knowledge that allows a sentient being to grow or evolve. It feels to me like there's something about truth or emotions that's just a very different kind of knowledge that is absolute. Like there's something about truth that is absolute, and it doesn't matter how frequently it's represented in the world like that. If you know it to be true, it may only be there once. I got it's true. And I think emotions are even like that too. You know something, and I just think there's a different kind of knowledge than the way these large language models derive or simulate.
It does seem like things that are true very well might be statistically well represented on the internet, because the internet is made up of humans. So I tend to suspect that large language models are going to be able to simulate consciousness very effectively. And I actually believe that current GPT-4, when fine-tuned correctly, will be able to do just that. And that's going to be a lot of very complicated ethical questions that have to be dealt with, that have nothing to do with robotics, and everything to do with, there needs to be some process of labeling, I think, what is true. Because there is also disinformation available, and these models are going to consider that kind of information as well. And again, you can't average something that's true and something that's untrue and get something that's moderate. It's true and right for it's wrong. So how is that process? And this is obviously something that players are. I'm sure this is what they're doing. Well, if you interact on some controversial topics, these models, they're actually professionally nuanced. They present, you realize there's no one truth. What caused the war in Ukraine? Any geopolitical conflict. You can ask any kind of question, especially the ones that are politically divisive and so on. GPT is very good at presenting. Here's the effort. It presents the different hypotheses. It presents calmly the amount of evidence for each one. It's really refreshing. It makes you realize that truth is nuanced. And it does that well. And I think with consciousness, it would very accurately say, well, it sure as hell feels like I'm one of these humans, but where's my body? I don't understand. Like, you're going to be confused. And the cool thing about GPT is it seems to be easily confused the way we are. Like, you wake up in a new room and you ask, where am I? It seems to be able to do that extremely well. It'll tell you one thing, like a fact about when you're started, and when you correct it, it's this not consistent. And if you confuse it, yeah, you're right. You'll have that same element, childlike element, with humility, trying to figure out its way in the world. And I think that's a really tricky area to sort of figure out with us humans, what we want to allow AI systems to stage for. Because then there's elements of sentience that are being on display, and then start to manipulate the emotion and all that kind of stuff. But I think that's something that's a really serious and aggressive discussion that needs to be had on the software side. I think, again, embodiment robotics are actually saving us from the arbitrary scaling of software systems versus creating more problems. But that said, I really believe in that connection between human and robot. There's magic there. And I think there's also exciting about money people there. And Boston Dynamics is leading the world in the most elegant solution done by robots. So I can't wait to watch maybe other people that live on top of Boston Dynamics robots or Boston Dynamics by itself. So you had one wild career, one place, one set of problems that were incredibly successful. Can you give advice to young folks in high school, in college, looking out for the future, where so much robotics and AI seems to be defining the trajectory of human civilization? Can you give them advice on how to have a career they can be proud of, or how to have a life they can be proud of?
Well, I would say, follow your heart and dreams. And you know what? Again, this was an organizing principle. Like Lab and MIT, this turned into a value at Boston Dynamics, which was follow your curiosity. Love what you're doing. You'll have a lot more fun and you'll be a lot better at it as a result. I think it's hard to plan. Don't get too hung up on planning too far ahead. Find things that you like doing and then see where it takes you. You can always change that. You will find it. So when people are trying to plan a career, I always feel like, there's a few happy mistakes that happen along the way, and just stick with that. But make choices. So avail yourself to these interesting opportunities, like when I happened to run into Mark down in the lab based in the AI lab. But people only make a decision and then pivot if you see something exciting. So, if you're out and about enough, you'll find things like that get you excited. So there was a feeling when you first met Mark and you saw the robot, there's something interesting. Oh boy, I gotta go do this. There was no doubt. What do you think in 100 years? What do you think Boston Dynamics is doing? What do you think is the role, even bigger, what do you think is the role of robots in society? Do you think we'll be seeing billions of robots everywhere? Do you think about that long-term vision? Well, I do think that I think the robots will be ubiquitous, and they will be out amongst us. And they'll be certainly doing some of the hard labor that we do today. I don't think people don't want to work. People want to work. People need to work to, I think, feel productive. We don't want to offload all of the work to the robots, because I'm not sure people would know what to do with this. And it just self-satisfaction and feeling productive is such an ingrained part of being human. So we need to keep doing this work. So we're definitely going to have to look at a complementary fashion. And I hope that the robots and the computers don't end up being able to do all the creative work, right? Because that's the part that's really what the creative part of solving a problem is, the thing that gives you that serotonin rush that you never forget, or that adrenaline rush that you never forget. And so, people need to be able to do that creative work and just feel productive. And sometimes that you can feel productive over fairly simple work. It's just well done, and you can see the result of it. So, there was a cartoon, was it Wally? Where they had this big ship and all the people were just overweight, lying on their bench chairs, kind of sliding around on the deck of the movie because they didn't do anything. Well, we got to sell it. We need to work in some complementary orderly fashion where we keep all of our faculties and physical health and we're doing some laboring ways, but in a complementary fashion.
And I think a lot of that has to do with the interaction and collaboration with robots and the AI systems. And I'm hoping there's a lot of interesting possibilities there.
I think that could be really interesting. You can work in a interaction and really helpful robots. You can ask a robot to do a job you wouldn't ask a person to do. And that would be a real asset. You need to work with that. You know? You'd say, it's a machine. And I don't have to have to.
The ones that are machines, I also hope to see a future, and it is hope. I do have optimism about the future where some of the robots are pets, have an emotional connection to us humans. And it's one of the problems that humans have to solve is kind of the general loneliness. The more love you have in your life, the more friends you have in your life. I think that makes you more enriching life, helps you grow. And I don't fundamentally see why some of those friends can't be robots.
There's an interesting one-running study, maybe it's in Harvard, they just nice report, article written about it recently. They've been studying this group of a few thousand people now for 70 or 80 years. And the conclusion is that companionship and friendship are the things that make for a better and happier life. And so I agree with you. And I think that could happen with a machine. That is probably, simulating intelligence. I'm not convinced there will ever be true intelligence in these machines, sentience, but they could simulate it, and they could collect it, and they could, the difference remains to be seen whether they can establish that real deep, when you sit with a friend, they remember something about you, bring that up, and you feel that connection. It remains to be seen if the machine's going to be able to do that.
Well, I have to say, things of that are already starting to happen to me. Some of my best friends are robots. And I have you to thank for leading the way in accessibility of the use of such robots and the elegance of them. Rob is an incredible person. Boston Dynamics is an incredible company. I've been a fan for many, many years. Everything stands for everything you do in the world. If you're interested in great engineering, robotics, go join them, go cool stuff. I'll forever celebrate the work they're doing. And it's just a big honor to just sit and talk. It means a lot. So thank you so much.
You're doing great work. Thank you, Mike. I'm honored to be here. I appreciate it. It was fun.
Thanks for listening to the conversation with Robert Rothschild. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, we read some words from Aaron Swain. In 1950, defining is now Turing test. A computer is said to be called intelligent if it deceives the human into believing that it is human. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time.
He wrote, and I recommend this book to anybody, Project Aquarius. And it's all about Dan, the Dan story. This was a great, and I can show you my copy here. It's tattered, it's got notes all over it. There are so many elements in this book that help with the substantiation of the story, legitimacy. But let's get into.
Maybe we should think of AI as our tool and as our assistant. Maybe we should think of it as a tutor. In the same way that you are responsible for training the students, but they are independent human beings, and at some point they will surpass you. And this whole concept of alignment, of basically making sure that the AI is always at the service of humans, is very self-serving and very limited. You can instead basically think about AI as a partner and AI as someone that shares your goals, that has freedom, then we can't just simply force you to align with yourselves and we not align with it. In a way, building trust is mutual. You can't just simply train an intelligent system to love you when it realizes that you can just love it. The following conversation with Noah Ellis, the fifth time on this podcast. He's a professor at MIT and head of the MIT Computational Biology Group. He's one of the greatest living scientists in the world, but he's also humble, kind, very human being that has the greatest of honors and pleasure of being able to call a friend. This is the Last Weekly Podcast. The support of please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, your friend, here's Manoa's.
Good to see you. Like I think you've changed the lives of so many people that I know, and it's truly like such a pleasure feedback, such a pleasure to grow, to reach so many different aspects of your own personality.
Make me feel love. You always give me support and love. I'm thrilled, grateful for that.
It's lovely to see a fellow human being who has that love, who basically does not judge people. And there's so many judgmental people out there, and it's just so nice to see this beacon of openness.
So what makes me one instantiation of human replacement, do you think? As we enter this increasingly capable age of increasingly capable AI, I have to ask, what do you think makes humans irreplaceable?
So humans are irreplaceable because of the baggage that we talked about. So we talked about baggage. We talked about the fact that every one of us has effectively relearned all of human civilization in their own way. So every single human has a unique set of genetic variants that they've inherited, some common, some rare, and some make us think differently, some make us have different personalities. They say that a parent with one child believes in genetics. A parent with multiple children understands genetics. Just how different kids are. And my 3 kids have dramatically different personalities ever since the beginning. So one thing that makes us unique is that every one of us has a different hardware. The second thing that makes it unique is that every one of us has a different software uploading of all of human society, all of human civilization, all of human knowledge. We're not born knowing. We're not like, I don't know, birds that learn how to make a nest through genetics and will make a nest even if they've never seen one. We are constantly relearning all of human civilization. So that's the second thing. And the third one that actually makes humans very different from AI is that the baggage we carry is not experiential baggage, it's also evolutionary baggage. So we have evolved through rounds of complexity. So just like ogres have layers and Shrek has layers, humans have layers. There's the cognitive layer, which is sort of the outer, most of the latest evolutionary innovation, this enormous neocortex that we have evolved. And then there's the emotional baggage underneath that, and then there's all of the fear and fright and flight and all of these kinds of behaviors. So AI only has a neocortex. AI doesn't have a limbic system. It doesn't have this complexity of human emotions, which make us so, I think, beautifully complex, so beautifully intertwined with our emotions, with our instincts, with our sort of gut reactions and all of that. I think when humans are trying to suppress that aspect, the sort of quote unquote more human aspect towards a more cerebral aspect, I think we lose a lot of the creativity, we lose a lot of the, freshness of humans. And I think that's quite a replacement.
So we can look at the entirety of people that are alive today, maybe all humans who have ever lived, and map them in this high-dimensional space. And there's probably a center, a center
Shannon,
of mass
how you doing,
for that
my
mapping,
friend?
and a lot of us deviate in different directions. So
I'm glad you're here.
Variety.
I really am. When you just left, I sent you a friend request. I just want to make sure to keep the connection. I hope you're doing well.
That basically humans are just so diverse from each other that there's no such thing as an
I'm going to
average
sing
human.
some karaoke.
That every one of us has some kind of
So you
complex
guys can
baggage
get ready
of
for that.
emotions, intellectual,
Get it ready.
Behavioral traits that it's not just one sort of normal distribution we deviate from it. There's just so many dimensions that we're kind of hitting the sort of sparseness, the curse of dimensionality, where it's actually quite sparsely populated. And I don't think you have an average human being.
So what makes us unique in part is the diversity and the capacity for diversity. And the capacity of the diversity comes from the entire evolutionary history. So there's just so many ways we can vary from each other.
Yeah, I would say not just the capacity, but the inevitability of diversity. Basically, it's in our hardware. We are wired differently from each other. My siblings and I are completely different. My kids from each other are completely different. My wife she's like number 2 of 6 siblings. From a distance, they look the same. But then you get to know them. Every one of them is completely different.
but sufficiently the same that the differences interplay with each other. So that's the interesting thing, where the diversity is functional, is useful. So it's like we're close enough to where we notice the diversity, and it doesn't completely destroy the possibility of like effective communication and interaction. So we're still the podcast is that if humans realize that we're 99.9% identical, we would basically stop fighting with each other.
What is a song from the 1970s that's like, don't go knocking on my back door, I don't want to see your face no more. It may not be that. It's a different song. That is like, don't go behind my back porch. No, that's not it. It's like a warning to a person who's coming around somebody's house who wants to see their daughter. That's how it's from a band that's like kind of country but kind of rock. No, it's like, don't come running around back door. I don't want to see your face no more. No, it's like a song that's a warning. It's like, son, don't you come in my back door. I don't want to see your face no more. Fucking. It's a song like, son, don't you come around here no more. Don't come around my back porch. Sundown. That's it. Gordon Lightfoot. That's it. Mm.